G'day everyone, welcome to your Sunday evening. As I said, if you haven't had enough bloody Silverstone yet, then let's go get some more. Oh, hang on, we've got the intro going again. Hang on that, let's just chuck you over here on track. Tier 3, let's get the end of Tier 3 in your view. There it is, bang. Hello. It looks like it's pretty moist here for the end of this race. I think it started off dry. They've had a couple of server resets. It's been a bit of a Codemaster schmozzle for the first half an hour or so, but once they got it going, it was dry at the start. And now it looks to be a moist end to this one. I am joined this evening by Mike Crick. Hello to you, sir. I'm super well, mate. I'm very keen to get into Tier 2 and Tier 1 action tonight for Silverstone, but we'll just jump in here for the end of Tier 3. Hello to everyone in chat. I'm sure you will, well, first of all, accept my apologies personally, but then everyone else in here, of course, is a little bit tired from yesterday, so we haven't brought everyone from Tier 3 to you today. Mike's got no audio. Okay, let's go and work out why you can't hear Mike. I know exactly why. There you go. That should be better. Oh, hang on. That'll be why you can't hear that either. Let's turn that up. Do. How about now? Hello to you, Mike. And everyone in chat, let us know if you can hear Mike now. He's on board with me here this evening. Obviously, a couple of notable absentees. Jacob Weatherburn unable to join us for the first half of this evening, but he'll be here for Tier 1. Still no good for Mike. Interesting. Can you hear game noise, would be my question. Because that will... Actually, I don't think you can. Right, hang on. Wait, I got you. Ba-dum-bum, ba-dum-bum. And then I'm going to turn that down a little bit because that was a bit noisy. Oh, no, I didn't like it. All right, Mike, give us a how-who.
How-who?
How-who. Hey. And game noise and chat. JC clearly didn't stream all of Tier 3 because he didn't want me to insult Car 500, despite the fact that Car 600 is absolutely the superior MRT car. There's no arguments to that, my friend. Look, Jacob and I were most happy that you didn't get a podium, because if you were the first MRT car to pick up a podium in an endurance series, we would have been mildly disappointed. But no, hats off to you and your team yesterday, Alex. A really strong showing all throughout qualification. You looked good, and then excellent race pace to boot. Got the pit stops right, got the strategy right, and got a well-deserved result. So absolutely no doubt in my mind that 600 is the superior MRT car, at least for now. But we'll be back stronger next time. Don't worry about that. I am interested to know what you're voting for out there. We've got the endurance vote up for next round. What are you voting for? What about you, Mike? Out of those four, what's the superior track out of those four? What are you putting your vote in for?
I honestly can't decide. They're all pretty strong decisions. I like Zelda. I like Imola. I like Imola a lot. It's a strong contender for me. But I love Zandvoort. I've never driven it in ACC though, in GT3 cars. So
hold up. So you've never driven Zandvoort at all in ACC? Not even a practice session?
No. Not even practice.
That'll be spicy for you. If that happens to get up in the vote, that's a bit of a learning curve in a GT3 car, that track. So it is a very interesting track. If indeed that one does get up, blue flags will be a massive issue at Zandvoort, I would have thought.
Yeah, it'd be an interesting choice just based on what I know about the track, you know, as it stands in real life and in other games. And I'm struggling to remember what was the fourth choice.
What have we got? Yeah, good point. Zandvoort, Imola, Kailami.
My teammate is instructing me not to pick Zandvoort.
Not Zandvoort. There are a lot of votes coming for Zandvoort. I'll give you the tip, so it's going to have to be a pretty... Zolder, wouldn't the other one? Zolder?
Yeah, I mentioned Zolder. I'm trying to think of Zolder, Imola, Zandvoort.
Zolder, Imola, and... Zandvoort.
God, aren't we professional?
Tell me about it. Man, it can't be that good if we can't remember it. Anyway, I'm voting for Zandvoort. I'd love to see an endurance there just for the memes. It'd be a very interesting race for 100 million reasons. I can't imagine an endurance event there. So I think OOR would be the perfect testing ground for an endurance at Zandvoort. I think it'd be quality. And I just don't want to do the same tracks over and over again. Spa, Kailami, Imola, Nürburgring, they all get done to death. So I want to see something new, so I'll be voting for Zandvoort. And I know there's a lot of others out there as well who'll be going for Zandvoort.
Kailami's the other choice, as we've been informed by chat. And yeah, that explains why I forgot it, because Kailami's a pretty forgettable track for me. I don't hate it, I don't love it, but it's not high on the tier list.
Kailami's my bottom track. It's my least favourite track, but I believe that's because I've only ever driven it in the McLaren, and the McLaren's pretty bad there. If I got the chance to drive the Honda at Kailami, maybe my mind would be changed. And I think Kailami's going to be a very strong choice too. There's going to be so much... Nah, it's not even slander anymore, mate. Kailami's my least favourite track for a lot of reasons. It's not slander.
Kailami indifference. Indifference is more how I'd describe my reaction to Kailami.
Yep, that's...
If it gets in, I'll be okay with it. But
yep.
Yeah, it's definitely no Brands Hatch or Laguna Seca for me.
Laguna Seca's a great track. I can't believe it gets so much hate. We should go back there.
We'll have to switch cars to the GTR though. I'm gonna have to do that if we ever go to Laguna Seca.
Laguna Seca is so good. It's not mid, Jared. You're mid. Get out. No cap, you cap. Get out with your caps and stuff, Jared. You. Goodness me. Laguna's great. All right, what do we got going on here, by the way? Keelan Dryberg up here in the lead of this race. How about that? He's 4 seconds clear of Mike Denoldi and Donny Sadewa, who are our championship leaders. So Keelan doing very nicely here in the moisture at Silverstone with about 10 laps to go. Looking very nice. Donny Sadewa is only a second or so back from Mike Denoldi, so the battle for P2 is indeed on, but then there's a well gap back to P4. That's nearly 30 seconds back to Amuana in P4, so you'd say the top three are pretty sewn up as long as they can keep it going straight.
Yeah, it looks that way. Looks like the closest battle we've got is the P8 with Joe and Jesse at the back there. Everybody else looks like they're pretty much settled into a nice, comfortable position. But those are the positions of note, P2 and P8.
Yeah, as I said, Mike, as tends to happen in the wet, they've all sort of stretched out a little bit, so it's tricky to find any on-track battles at the moment. Jesse's putting pressure on Joe Williams at the moment. Those two have switched positions. Joe qualified in 9th, Jesse qualified in 8th. Dylan Zhu looks like he's having himself a pretty bloody tidy race. Started P16, he's up 10 spots, he's dodged all the drama. And finds himself in P6. A couple of penalties on the board. Everyone having completed a stop or even 2, so nothing to do with the mandatories. Nothing to discuss there. Everyone on intermediates, so the rain not quite heavy enough for the wet tyres for anyone. Joel Barry and Raj Sandhu look like they DNF'd on the very first lap. In fact, everyone... no, I'd say the intermediates are probably DNF'd on their first lap in the wet. Raffley and C Ning have got 0 lap intermediates, so they must have DNF'd after the rain started. But Joel Barry and Raj Sandhu, if I'm reading that correctly, they have DNF'd on the very first lap, so I'm not sure what happened to those fellas, but not the ideal start to a 100% endurance race to DNF on the first lap.
Yeah, as we see there, Jesse's going to have to fight a bit harder. He's just picked up an extra penalty for what I assume are track limits.
Oh my goodness, the great man's got 15 seconds worth of penalties. He loves himself, and he goes around as we put him on stream. Bam, curse, get out.
Great cursing.
Great cursing.
We're on fire for the rest of the night.
Absolutely, if that's what sort of form we're in. Looking good to get some more curses out. Speaking of the curses, Ben Curtis, this is his favourite track, so we'll get a couple on him when he gets into Tier 2.
Yeah, it looks like those gaps are starting to settle up there for P2 as well. Donny's dropped back a fair way now, so it's like definitely that top 3 is pretty much locked in, and yeah, everybody's just, I think, driving to the finish.
Yeah, I just thought we'd pop in here and see how Tier 3 was going. As I said, we didn't quite have the energy to bring you all 3 tiers tonight, so we just gave the hamsters a little rest for the start of this one. The Tier 3 boys we knew would sort themselves out and get it going. And looks like they're having themselves a bit of fun out there in the wet. I do hope that the next 2 races are dry, or we are going to be here all night long.
Yeah, it'd be good for some content at least.
For
We'll
sure.
have some action on track. That's the main thing.
And we've got plenty to talk about, of course, after yesterday's 6 hours at Silverstone. And I believe we've got the great Eric Scarney coming in for Tier 1, by the way. That'll be an adventure when he comes in with his thoughts for the F1s in Tier 1.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to being a spectator for that.
And as I said, got Jacob Weatherburn not available at the moment. He's doing some family business, but he will be here for Tier 1. And Bender also unable to make it tonight. It's come up a little bit crook, so you can see he's not on track here at the moment in Tier 3, and he won't be blessing our earwaves in Tier 2. So rest well, great Bender man. I hope you recover. If I'm not mistaken, we're going to have Jesse McLean pop in here for Tier 2. He will co-commentate us through the Tier 2 action, so we'll give him a bit of a ribbing for his penalty performance tonight.
Good question in chat from Matt there.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Any,
I didn't read it.
thoughts on the pit entry?
I didn't read it. I don't want to
Any
talk
thoughts
about
at all,
it.
JC? Just no thoughts there at all. I mean, we had our own shocker. You know, we forgot to select a driver at one pit stop. That was
no.
fun.
So what did that turn into? A double stint for that driver?
No, we just repitted.
Okay. Yeah, I had an absolute shocker. And as I said, I spoke about it on stream yesterday. I got in the commentary booth and gave my thoughts on the pit entry at Silverstone Matt Powell, and that'll just about do me. I think I'll probably try and stay away from my own performance from yesterday tonight. But of course, we've got 2 full 100% streams to come at you, so I might find a bit of time to kill later on and got very much acquainted with the pit wall. Oh.
Yeah, well, we've all been there. I think we've all got our own stories from either the last endurance race or any endurance race that anybody's done. There always seem to be the best type of event for good stories. Lots of action, lots of things happen randomly, people's hardware fails, all sorts of mischief gets on when we do those enduros, so plenty of stories, I'm sure.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of hardware issues yesterday, either hardware or game crashes, that sort of thing. There seemed to be a lot of that yesterday, which is obviously unfortunate. You never like to have your race ended when it's out of your control like that. It's almost better to be in an on-track battle with someone and they put you into the wall and it costs you 2 laps. That feels a little bit better than hardware issues and game issues and that sort of stuff. It feels a little bit frustrating. There's plenty of that yesterday.
Yeah, well, we had one ourselves. My wheel, when I jumped into the car, just had no force feedback, so I had to change over the stint. That was unfortunate for us. And yeah, we had a couple of cars with just wheel issues, or like you said, disconnects and stuff. I guess it's very similar to, you know, sort of mechanical failures when you come to real racing and all that kind of thing.
Whoops. It's not the button I wanted to push. Who else is out there? Hello, Cookie. How'd you go yesterday? Oh, now I've broken this. Hang on, sorry. Brad Cook's in chat. Brad, I want to hear how your race went. You guys were super strong at Spa, but I didn't see much of you yesterday. I don't know whether it was because we were too slow or you were too quick or what happened. How'd you go? Gibbo, I don't want to talk about track limits either. Track limits and the pit wall can both just stay in the naughty bin tonight. Jesus, I was put in the naughty bin by my team yesterday. I'll give you the tip. Again, don't want to talk too much about it, but I was getting all sorts of stern words from Gibbo and Yoda. Jared Ellis's team had no issues until the very last stint when they had contact from lapped cars and lapping cars. Goodness me, just getting bodied all over the place in the last stint. Unlucky Jared. Still got to finish the race with 7 seconds of damage, so not all was lost.
Yeah, it's tricky, you know. Do you want your incidents to happen sort of early in the race, or do you want them to happen sort of later? You kind of want to happen straight away and get them all out of the way early, and that way you can maybe recover from it. When they happen in your final stint, there's not much you can do about it. You know, we managed to avoid any drive-throughs until the very last stint, and unfortunately I was left with 3 warnings, and I had to do a drive-through right 20 minutes before the end.
Bender made a good point when he was on comms yesterday. Seemed to be a good race for extremes. There was a lot of people who had really bad races and that wanted to erase from their memories that race, as Babby's pointed out. There was a lot of other drivers who had career best performances and were putting in amazing laps and had a killer day. Didn't seem to be too many in the middle. Just seemed to be a day of extremes yesterday. And I thought he was spot on when he made that point bender, and it certainly felt like it for me, and obviously he felt the same, or someone in his team felt the same. So it was a day of high emotion yesterday. I'm glad it only went for 6 hours, because I was spent by the end of it. Even more so than I am after 10 or 12 hours sometimes. So it was interesting. Richard Caswaro making a fairly significant error there. He drops off the back of this little battle pack and grabs himself 3 seconds as well as he rejoins the track. Dylan Zhu here having a little look at Ahmad Sakuri. Of course, he's got 15 seconds worth of penalties, Dylan Zhu. 3 of those he just picked up in the last sector. So even if he does get past Ahmad here, he's got to gain 15 seconds on him in 4 laps. So this probably won't fuss Ahmad too much to let Dylan through here, I would suggest. I don't think you want to battle him too far. Ahmad would be pretty happy with P5, which he'll still get after the end of the 4 laps.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's one of those situations where, you know, you'll fight it as long as you can, but if it comes down to the pinch, you just let him pass, you know, and just hang on to the back of him, make sure that you keep in that 15 seconds and you're still holding onto the position.
I'll tell you where I got one of them, Peach. You got Joe Williams coming into Maggots and Beckett's here. Let's see if we can follow him. I absolutely missed this right. Just totally missed it. I turned in way too early. So I cut across this entire infield here on the right-hand side. I lost 3.5 seconds, 3 positions, and still got a track warning. Couldn't believe it. The other track warnings, I think I got one outside turn 1. I reckon 2 of them were outside here. I think this is Stowe here. 2 of them,
that's Stowe.
2 of them just running wide here at Stowe, simply because the Honda refuses to turn when you're using the throttle. On throttle over understeer, sorry, was the ugh, don't even know where we started. But yeah, one of them.
My last one was just there, just where we passed there. That was my last one. I went wide there. I lost like a bunch of time, but they still gave me track limit. That's what gave us the drive-through too. I was pretty upset about that.
Yeah, honestly, it felt pretty unfair. Some of the warnings that even like Gibbo got one that was, I think, outside this corner and lost time, but still got the warning. So it felt a little inconsistent during the day in terms of what was a warning and what wasn't. But hey, none of this is relevant if you keep it in the bloody lines, and I didn't do that at all yesterday. I was fucking shocking. Both warnings at Maggots and Beckett's. Yeah, it's a tricky set of corners. Absolutely baller. Lots of fun to get it right, but when you got to try and get it right 140 times in a row, it can get a little frustrating when you miss a couple of them. This battle for the lead is ticking off here. Mike Denoldi has caught Keelan Dryberg in the last couple of laps, and he's only got 3 seconds worth of penalties, so I'm not sure how his pace has been over the last couple of laps, but he's certainly caught Keelan Dryberg here, so we'll just hang around and watch Mike Denoldi for the last couple of laps. I don't think he's got it in him to make 3 seconds worth on Keelan Dryberg, but he's certainly not going to die wondering.
Yeah, if he gets it, I mean, you get that, you know, nice to be P1 on track, but yeah, it's going to be tough for him to make up the time deficit there in the short amount of laps he has left. But, you know, maybe he can force a mistake, force Dryberg off track, and maybe that'll be an easy result for him. It's definitely worth the push when you've only got those 3 seconds.
He is all over the back of him here as they come through Maggots and Beckett's. Keelan looks like he's coming up to some lap traffic too, so hopefully they just jump out the way and don't cause any problems for the leaders here. Interested to get a view from chat what you thought about blue flags yesterday. Personally, I thought they were pretty good. Obviously, it's a nice track for blue flags, nice and wide in plenty of places, and a couple of nice long straights, and a couple of really wide late apexes even that can let you get out of the way quickly. So I thought blue flags were pretty good yesterday. How were your experiences with blue flags? Mike Denoldi has just jumped backwards 3.5 seconds. I'm not sure what has happened there. We saw that last week, though. I remember seeing that last week when it was... who was it? It might have been Jin Bin Chong. He's done it again there. See, he's skipping all over the place. I'm not sure what's happened to Mike Denoldi there, but he's gone from up the bumper of Keelan Dryberg to 4.5 seconds behind. Not sure what's happened to Mike Denoldi there, but it happened to Jin Bin Chong last week. The same thing happened to him where he was on the straight at Mexico, and he was in P4, and then he skipped a couple of times, and then he was in P7, and he'd gone backwards, and he was, yeah, it was interesting. Mike's disconnected from this session too, so that is AI in control of his car now, so there goes any chance Mike Denaldi had of pinching the win here. And indeed, that now invites Donny Sadewa to have a little look and maybe pinch P2 on track. Of course, he's only 7/10 behind, so he's probably got it in the books with the 3-second penalty to Mike Denaldi, but that's unlucky for Mike.
Yeah, bad result there, especially considering, you know, he clearly had the pace, the potential for it overtake there. Probably not P1, but you know, it looks like he would have at least held on to P2 there, so yeah, unlucky Codemasters things, I think.
Ooh,
oh dear.
Dylan Zhu and Radicha Kaswaro in battle there and not getting it right. Unfortunately, Radicha comes off second best and Dylan manages to sneak away. We didn't catch the lead up to that incident. We only saw Radicha just starting to spin, so pretty hard to say who was at fault for that one, but unfortunate for Radicha there. Doesn't look like he's going to lose out. 12 seconds to Joe Williams and 15 seconds of penalties to Dylan Zhu, so Radicha probably hangs on as DRS is opened on the very last lap. And Donny Sadewa has indeed gone past Mike Denaldi on track here on the last lap. So I wonder if Mike Denaldi's going to get DRS here at any stage. He is indeed going to get DRS right here. Don't think he's close enough, unfortunately, to challenge Donny Sadewa again. Try and get that P2 back. Put a nice little burst here of DRS right at the end. Why not?
Yeah, definitely the potential there. Is it still his AI driver driving, or has he reconnected?
He has reconnected now, so yeah, he's back in control of the Alfa Romeo, but yeah, just enough to cost him enough time. 3 seconds, not going to make any difference now because he's in P3. So just have to be content with what he's got. Back here, Radicha has done well to catch back up to Dylan Zhu after they came together at the last lap, and looks like he's going to challenge him again here too. He's going to look to get this one done on track. Not going to worry about the 15 seconds of penalties. Hopefully he's not seeing red here, Radicha. As we said, we didn't catch exactly what happened with that incident, but hopefully Radicha just keeps his cool here. And Keelan Dryberg comes across the line in P1, so congratulations to Keelan for winning the endurance event tonight here for Tier 3. Very strong performance from Keelan Dryberg. Clearly had a good handle on the wet conditions and finished 4 seconds up the road from Donny Sadewa and Mike Denaldi. I reckon Radicha's going to have a little play here. Dylan Zhu takes the inside line, defends pretty well. In fact, that looked like Radicha moved across on Dylan there in my first glance. I think he had the inside line, and then he just moved across to open up the corner and drove straight into Dylan. And again, Dylan comes out the victor of that, so that kind of works out. He's lost a little bit of his front end plate there, but other than that, Dylan will carry on and come across the line 6th, but will obviously lose 6th with a lot of those penalties yet to play out. Radicha does indeed pinch 6th from him, but the stewards will have a little look at that from Radicha. As I said, it looked like he just sort of drifted across the nose of Dylan Zhu there on the way across the straight. So Mike Denaldi P3, as we discussed. Amuana, solid P4. Ahmad Security hangs on for P5. That's Tier 3.
Yeah, hard to tell who was at fault there exactly from that angle, but I think your assessment there is pretty right. It did look like there was a bit of a move over there, so that's a problem for the stewards, I guess.
Dylan Zhu gets driver of the day, which is a little bit weird because he had 18 seconds worth of penalties or something, so he's not my driver of the day, but Codemasters gives it to him. That's fine. Keelan Dryberg comes out here and does a little wiggle for us. Nice work to him. The Red Bull driver grabs his, I reckon that'd be his 3rd victory of the season. Maybe 2nd, around about there somewhere. He's had a couple of very strong performances this season. There's a couple of DNFs and a couple of races with lots of penalties too, though, Keelan. So if you can clean that sort of stuff up, he'd be right there in the top 5-6 drivers, but can't take this win away from him. In the endurance event, no less. They're always big wins in the endurance events. So he'll be very happy with that, Keelan Dryberg. He'll sleep well tonight. P1 after starting from P2. Very strong performance tonight from Keelan Dryberg. Donny Sedawa started from pole and finished in P2. Mike Donaldi was the final podium getter. And the purple lap to Amuana with a 32.5. So there you go. There's Tier 3 in the books. Glad everyone could pop in here and have a little look at Tier 3 just for the end of that. Just had a little bit of moisture. I sort of hoped we'd get a little bit of carnage, but they were all driving beautifully in the rain, as they so often do. Plenty of penalties there too, by the way. And we'll sneak down here for Deckers. So he's got his penalties and points to do. Obviously, the great man is moving house, so I want you to go take your hats off and give him a bit of love, Deckers, because he's still managing stuff behind the scenes as best as he possibly can while he's moving house. And I think he also went on a work trip or something. I don't know. He's been very bloody busy. So everyone out there who's asking for the points to be updated, just have some patience because he's a little bit busy, the great Deckers man. But anyway, he'll enjoy that. Raj Sandhu won't enjoy DNFing. Started 4th on the grid too, so what could have been for Raj. But anyway, that's it. Let's go find Tier 2. 6:44 now, so I reckon they won't be far away from starting the race if they haven't already. Qualifying at least will be well and truly underway.
Interesting to see how much moisture there is.
Oh, I'm praying for 0. I'm praying for 0 because if we get any more rain tonight, we're going to be here all night long for these 100% races. It's not about 1 hour or 2 hour sprint races. It is number of laps, and they're slower in the rain. So pray to God we get some dry running, especially because these drivers are much better at going side by side in the rain. And we get much more intense battling and proper content in the dry. So I am hoping for a little bit of dry weather here as we sneak over to the qualifying session for Tier 2. God damn it, from Amuana, I would have been pretty pleased with P4, mate. We only caught the last half of the stream, so we're not sure what we missed. Tell us about it. How was your race? Wrong strategy. Unlucky.
Oh, well, we've managed to catch the end of qualifying by the looks of it. We've got 5 minutes to go here. Nick on top. By Aaron, then Kenneth, then Andre, and Jinbin, Bodie, Robert, Shay. All mostly out, mostly in the pits for now, but we've got a few people out there. We've got Nick lining up by the looks of it to do another run, so he's going to look to improve on that time. Pretty good time so far, but we'll imagine that they can go a bit quicker than that.
Yeah, 27.5, pretty handy, I would have thought. I'm not sure exactly what the times are, but I think a 26 is around about Tier 1 time, so if he's down here in the 27.5, that's bloody handy indeed for a Tier 2 time. Only 5 drivers in the 27, so that is a good indication generally of where the Tier 2 pace is at. Bodie Mick, very unlucky not to get into the 27s with that 28.000. So hopefully he can find a 1,000th and sneak into the 27s. Good to see Raj Sandhu's out here again. We just discussed him having DNF'd very early on in Tier 3, so he's going to back up and have another crack here in Tier 2. Mark Ghost as well. And Joe Williams. Mark Ghost, unlucky, last week had a bit of a bug off the starting line and got DNF'd immediately. Didn't even leave his grid box in Mexico, Mark Ghost, before he got T-boned because he couldn't get... I can't remember exactly. I don't know if, again, that was a hardware issue or if the game crashed or what the deal was, but he did not leave his grid box. And, of course, all the cars behind, not knowing that he wasn't going to go anywhere, plowed into the back of him and DNF'd him. So he didn't get a go last week in Mexico, Mark Ghost. So good to see him here again in Tier 2. Nick Randall and Arthur Heather both were on laps and have now come into the pit lane, so they clearly weren't happy with whatever it was they were doing. Jin Bin Chong's retired from the sessions. He's put the Q in the rack. He's done. He's not going to improve. Let's try and find someone who is on a lap. Robert Wenzel. Oh, no, he's definitely not on a lap anymore because he's run straight up the arse of that Red Bull. Who was that? That is Jin Bin Chong. Hang on, because Joe Williams he's in the pits DNF'd. Jin Bin Chong just left the session. We just watched that, and he's the other Red Bull. So that says to me that Jin Bin has left and retired from the session whilst on track, or something of the sort. Because poor old Suma here has come around and found him bloody doing slow laps and gone straight up the bum of him. So that's unfortunate for Suma, who I'm sure wanted to improve on his 28.0. He's not going to get a chance now, I wouldn't think. He's got to crawl all the way back to a pit lane with no wing and then get out again on probably doesn't have any more softs, so he's just about done, I'd say, Robert Wenzel. So that's unfortunate for him. And I'm sure Jin Bin will be having words with the stewards about that one, because retiring on track is a big no-no for that specific reason. The AI is a little bit hard to predict in F1 2022, and it looks like that's what happened there. Suma came around the corner and found an AI'd Red Bull and didn't have time to get out of his way.
Yeah, a bit of a strange one. Hopefully just a disconnect or maybe a hardware failure or something like that that's caused that. You'd hope so anyway, and he hasn't just sort of done it, yeah, on purpose. Well, not on purpose, even just accidentally. You'd hope that they're better presence of mind than to do that, because, yeah, as you can see, it's quite a dangerous call to make when you're out on track, because it can hurt other drivers. Because, yeah, as you said, Robert, I don't think going to make it back in time. He was in Sector 1 there, so yeah, a long way to go back without a front wing.
Yeah, a little bit of leeway given to Jin Bin. He's only just recently joined the series, only 3 or 4 weeks ago. But, yeah, I mean, after 4 weeks, you'd expect them to have read the rule book by now. So there's only so much leeway we can give to Jin Bin. So as I said, the stewards will have a little chat to him during the week about that one, I'm sure, and get his side of the story. And if indeed he did retire on track, he'll just be advised that that is not on, and might just cop a little grid place penalty for the next race, potentially. Boney Mick here. Looks like he's slowing to let some traffic through. Nick Randall and Aaron Heather both on track at the moment in the top two, duking it out for pole position.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if we can improve on that time. Like you said, it's a pretty good one, as we see Andre McLeod go up to P2 with a 5.42. So, yeah, Nick's definitely going to want to see if he can do a little bit better here. His Sector 2 time's looking pretty strong as he comes around. We'll see whether he goes up or whether he goes down, but looking good.
We'll go through the other side of Maggots and Beckett's here, and just as we enter the hangar straight, we'll get the sector timing line there, and it'll tell us exactly where Nick Randall is in terms of his personal best. Andre McLeod unlucky to miss out by 0.02 of a second, so that's pretty close, but Nick Randall's now 0.3 up on his personal best, so don't worry about your 0.02, Andre McLeod. You would have had to found a lot more to get past this man. He's flying.
Yep, looking like a strong one.
Two pole positions already this season for Nick Randall. We'll be looking to add to that tally with a 27.227. That's a very handy lap here in Tier 2. I'll be very happy with that, I am sure. And as this qualifying session ends, the timer ticks over, the checkered flag comes out. Everyone else on their final laps now. What's Aaron Heather got in him? He improves by 1/10.5 to pinch P2 by 11 thousandths from Andre McLeod. Kenneth Ang rounding the final sector now. Just a couple of corners to go. See what sort of improvement he can find. And then it looks like the Ferrari of Momo is not too far behind either, so we'll check him out once Kenneth comes across the line here and improves by 1/10, but no positions gained for Kenneth. It isn't Momo, it is Michael Gray who's just come across the line, and he also has not improved, and Momo here is invalidated. So that is your standings for Tier 2. Nick Randall on pole, and Aaron Heather, Andre McLeod, and Kenneth Ang not far behind whatsoever. They're all within a couple of hundredths of each other there between 2 and 4, so really close up to P2. But Nick Randall, class of his own, 0.3 clear up there on pole. Nice lap from Nick Randall. As I said, third pole position for Nick this season, which actually takes him into the lead of pole positions. Kenneth Ang currently with 3. Nick Randall joins him. Those two with 3 apiece. So clearly 1 lap pace, really strong for Nick Randall. But P6 in the championship, so just unable to string results together. He's had a poor start to the season. He had 6 at Hungary and 2 points at Australia, so a slow start's cost him. But if he keeps that sort of pace up for the rest of the season, no reason he can't sneak his way into the top 3 or 4 drivers by the time we reach the end.
Yeah, well, as you said, everybody's really close together in terms of the timings. So, I mean, yeah, it's almost anybody's race here. Clouds are looking a bit gloomy, but it does seem like we've got dry running. Hopefully that stands for the race.
Bodie Mick, P5. Yes, sir. Nice work, mate. He's pretty pleased with that. As we are up here in the booth. Nice work. P5. It is gloomy. Mike Crick, well spotted by you. But I am in agreement. I do hope the rain holds off. At least for the majority of the race. If we get a little bit of a sprinkle towards the end, I wouldn't say no.
Yeah, I'm always fond of mixed conditions over, sort of all wet or all dry. I think mixed conditions always invite some interesting strategy calls, and especially with the longer race format, it does sort of spice things up and keeps the drivers on their toes and makes it about more than simply just who's quickest.
Oh boy, oh boy. Need to get this updated. This driver list is not particularly accurate. There's a couple who have fallen out and a couple who have taken their place. Poor old Neil's had his computer wiped at some point, or some part of his computer deleted, or something overrid all the beautiful overlays and stuff that get put up here. So we've had to take a little break from overlays for a little while. So again, I'm sure you'll have a bit of patience with us this weekend. We had a huge event yesterday for the ACC Endurance Series, and then we're backing it up today for another 6 hours of Silverstone here tonight. So I'm sure you'll have a little bit of patience with us. A couple of staff members unable to make it tonight as well, so it's just that kind of evening, I'm afraid. You'll just have to put up with me and Mike, if that's okay with you.
Oh, we also have Jesse here who's joined us.
Jesse McLean, welcome to you, handsome man. How'd you go?
Mate, I don't even want to talk about it.
Oh, that sort of evening.
Let's just say donkey points, mate. Donkey
I
points
did see that, mate. Way too many penalties for you. What happened? Just too many track cuts, or did they all come in the wet?
I reckon Cody's things. The wet kind of Silverstone was just not good for me this weekend. Med TC still getting my head around it, but apart from that, it wasn't. I think I did quite well despite the penalties. It's just that was the slight little inches off the track that just got me in. Just a couple little spins that got me undone.
So for those who aren't aware, mid-season we decided that full traction control was just a little bit too broken, and we took it out of the hands of the drivers and we said, right, no more full TC. You're only allowed medium TC as a maximum. Of course, a large percentage of our drivers don't drive with assist, but with those who do, it's made a bit of a change, and Jesse McLean was one of those. So what's the difference between full TC and medium TC? Is it pretty noticeable in terms of pace and obviously just control over the car and confidence?
Yeah, I think majority it is confidence. Grip is definitely a substantially a bit less compared to full TC, but just with the right, with your right hardware and all that kind of stuff, and the confidence in yourself that you can do it, I can't see why Med TC would be too much more difficult than not having full TC.
As you said, just got to get your head around it, get a bit more experience, and it'll come to you.
Yeah, that's all right. But congrats to Keelan on the win. That was massive for him. He's been pushing for that. He's been pushing for that top 3 position. So congrats to him.
Yeah, huge for Keelan. He was being challenged there at the end too. Mike and I only popped in late for the end of Tier 3. We just wanted to catch the end of that race and see how the rain was treating you. And we saw that Mike Donaldi was putting a lot of pressure on him towards the end of the race. But then unfortunately Mike disconnected with about 2 laps to go. So that ruined any chance Mike had of throwing his hat into the winner's ring anyway. So Keelan was able to breathe a sigh of relief. So yeah, really good result for Keelan. He'll enjoy that, I'm sure.
Yeah, but overall it was a pretty interesting race. This a fair mixture of the tier 4 guys, they come in as well. So I appreciate them jumping in. But just an unlucky week this week. We'll come back next week and see what happens.
And so you're saying you didn't really talk about yesterday either? What happened yesterday? I didn't know much about your race yesterday. I didn't see it until the end of the season. The end of the race when Gibbo was trying to get around you.
No. So
that was fun. We enjoyed that.
Yeah, no, it was great, and I never send it on people, so it was quite interesting when I sent it on Gibbo.
Explain the story to those listening who might not be aware.
So what happened was, in our first team, Jason Leonard Scott, a lovely man in OR. He was his brake was also did a Mac Daddy as well. It was registering about 5% brake when it shouldn't be registering because he's going down the straight and he's got 5% brake. So he had big shenanigans there.
And then, of
So
course,
which
you
is quite
send on Gibbo wasn't for position. You guys were 2 laps behind us, but obviously Gibbo was on 2 stint old tyres. His tyres were very close to puncture range, so we were obviously quite a lot slower than you, and you thought you'd send one down on the Gibbo car and got it done. It was a nice move.
Yeah, well, we're at that point where we're trying to stick up with the McLaren big goalie in front of us, and he just, I said, we were just thinking it, and everyone was saying, be more aggressive, get around Gibbo, and I was like, okay. Thought I'd send it and just see what happens.
No, we loved it.
Then he's caught us anyway.
No, we sort of knew it was coming, so I said to Gibbo, just if Jesse does anything move-worthy here, just let him have it, and we'll work together with him, because obviously you guys were chasing for position. The car in front, they had 6 seconds on you, and we had someone 6 seconds behind us, so we just wanted to work together. It worked out pretty well. Let's see how this goes. Nick Randell from pole. He's going to lead your way. He's on the Haas on the right-hand side of your screen. Aaron Heather at the front on the left in the Aston Martin. It was a slow release, and a lot of drivers there looked like they got caught out, whereas a couple others got through there pretty cleanly. Up into turn 1 they go, and a couple of 2 or 3 wides, but it looks like they've all made it through pretty cleanly. No yellow flags towards the back of the field. Nick Randell has had a nice start, gets away really cleanly, and has already pulled what looks to be about a second. Aaron Heather looks like he's had a good start as well. Kenneth Ang, Jin Bin Chong, Ethan Small, Bodie Mick coming next, and then back through the field. There is drama now. It looks like the Alpha, it's an Alpine of Andre McLeod has had an issue. So he's at the back of the field now after starting really high up. He's got all his wings in place, but there's a couple others there. Bodie Mick was so happy he was started from P5. He's at the back of the field now. Unfortunate for him. And there's more drama here. Franco looks like he's had a spin. Not sure if he's collided with Mark Ghost, who's also in the grass there. So there is some early drama here. A couple of yellow flags. Looks like Mark Ghost is redressing that, whether or not he's done that in good spirits or... Now Franco's redressing it. So these two are just playing redress chicken here. Interesting. I don't know. Again, I don't know whether that's gentlemanly actions or whether that's Codemasters coming into play there. But anyway, back up the front here, Jin Bin Chong challenging Kenneth Ang on the way down the hanger straight up into Stoke. Jin Bin being asked to go around the outside and can't find the grip out there to challenge Kenneth Ang, although it looks like he's going to get him with the over-under. Nice little move there. Indeed he does. Up into P3 for Jin Bin Chong, although he's gone wide there. He's gone very deep, which will invite Kenneth Ang to have a little look here. I wouldn't mind a better camera. Thanks, Codemasters. That's fine. We're on. Nice work. Nick Randell leading us away after lap 1. Aaron Heather, nice start from him too. Jin Bin Chong up into P3. He's gained 3 positions on the first lap, so nice little start there for Jin Bin Chong. Really aggressive on the opening lap. Nets him a couple of positions. There's obviously a lot of drivers here too. You can see this is a green-topped tree and a lot of red sadness down there. There's a lot of drivers who have had poor starts and a lot of drivers who have capitalised on those.
Yeah, it looks like everybody on the medium tyres as well. I can't see a good mix of strategies. Oh, there we go. So we've got just a couple of people deciding to start on the soft and then some others starting on the hards, which is an interesting choice as we see the predicted stop strategy there. We'll see how closely they follow that. Yeah, it's an interesting start to the race. We've got a couple of yellow flags there, but it did seem like no safety cars or anything like that. So it does seem like spins or very small amounts of contact. So no massive amount of drama there.
Yeah, no safety car. It was a pretty clean start, especially through the first corner. That first corner is really tricky because it's not a heavy braking zone and there's a couple of different lines through there when you're too wide, so it's generally pretty tricky to get through there cleanly. But Tier 2 managed it. They did nicely, but it was only when they came to the loop and the car started to stretch out a little bit. There was some drama that unfolded there, and you can see already on the track map how big the gap is between Nick Randell and the back of the field. Nick Randell's done 2 purples in a row, so he's using those soft tyres to full effect, trying to stretch his lead as soon as he can before the DRS opens up.
Yeah, it does look like the medium tyres are a good choice for everybody here. We see most of the hard guys are at the back of the field, although Ben Curtis is doing pretty well there. He's being challenged at the moment, so we'll have to see how that pace deficit works out for him, whether he can hold on to that 8th position and make the most out of those hards before they go off. Jeremy
Washington rightly pointing out that all the cars who had really poor starts seem to be on the hard tyres. So other than Ben Curtis, who's still defending from Raj Sandhu here, everyone on the hard tyre had a poor start. So obviously not getting the temperature into those tyres, and it caused issues on that first lap. But you're right, there is some interesting strategy at play here. I am excited to see that there are a handful of cars starting on softs, because that says to me that we're not going to have rain this evening. Generally, if there is rain coming later on, you start on the hard tyre and you try and make it all the way through to the pit stop required to get to the intermediates. And Amuana was just in chat before saying exactly that. He went on the softs at the start, and then eventually he had to do 2 stops because he went onto the hards and then onto the intermediates. So the fact that we've got all these softs out here and the mediums as well says to me that it's unlikely we're going to get rain.
How did the tyres go on your stint, Jesse? Can you give us any insight there?
I mean, apart from a couple of spins that I had for a bit of content, the softs lasted only about 9 to 10 laps, which wasn't too bad actually, despite 100% distance. The hards seemed to, the medium was probably the best race tyre there, but yeah, the hards were just literally just holding out for the rain, because we had rain predicted to the end of the race. So if you could last on the hards long enough and just stay in it, strategy paid off big time.
You said the softs only went sort of 9-10 laps, and there's still 42 to go after that. Do you reckon the mediums last those 42 laps? I wouldn't say so. So if you start on the softs, you're probably looking for a 2-stop, aren't you?
That or the Mac Daddy soft hard strategy, which is a very highly touted strategy.
Indeed.
But yeah, no, you probably could stretch out the softs for a bit longer as long as you manage them, but maybe a soft, medium, maybe. Because the mediums will last probably a good 30 laps, 30 or so. So unless you go soft, medium, soft, and depending on what happens, I think there's going to be rain at the end of this race. I'm going to call it.
Ooh.
I think I'm getting Bender vibes. So.
You're getting Bender vibes. Okay, I was going to say, have you got any inside information here, or are you just having a little stab at that? Because if there is your insider information, I'd like to be privy to it. It's
just got a Bender feel.
All right. Just a cheeky shout there from Jesse Bender McLean.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how that pace deficit evens out once those first pit stops. God, once those first pit stops come in, and we see how everyone comes together and how long the mediums last compared to the softs. Because the mediums, while they do appear to have a little bit less pace, they don't appear to be heaps slower than those soft tires. So, as we have Mark Ghost going off and then just deciding to commit to the sand. He wants to pick up.
He has retired from the session. He has had enough of whatever it is he's doing. I don't know whether these are the same hardware issues he had last week in Mexico, but he has clearly pulled off the road there and retired immediately. So didn't even want to do a full lap and get back to the pit lane and retire in the pits. He has just said that is enough. I'd suggest that there is, some hardware issues there or something for Mark Ghost. So unfortunate end to the evening for him. It has not called a safety car. Luckily enough, the worst thing is when a driver retires on track and it just causes a random safety car. It's the last thing anyone here would have wanted, I would suggest. Good result there in the end. Obviously unlucky for Mark Ghost. Lin spin. Oh, back here, Michael Gray and Claire Tay having a little bit of a how you going? Claire Tay sneaking past Michael Gray on the run-up to Maggots and Beckett's there, by the look of it. Either that or in the first half of Maggots and Beckett. So would have been a very brave move through there from Claire Tay. Sorry, we missed that one. There's another yellow flag up ahead. They're about to come up to the Ferrari of Momo, who looks like he's had a bit of a moment somewhere as they make their way past him there. So Momo, as he comes out of Stowe, must have just looped the rear end there, I would say. And that allows Claire Tay and Michael Gray to move through. That demotes Momo to P14. But out the front, how about Nick Randall? He is absolutely killing it out here on these soft tyres. 5 seconds up the road from the chasing pack, led by Aaron Heather. So a really good start from Nick Randall from pole. Jinbin Chong's had a nice start up, 3 spots to be here in P3, and challenging the back Aaron Heather now too. Both of these drivers on the same strategy, so this is very much for position. And we've seen Jinbin have the pace all season long, but we have also seen him caused a few issues for other drivers in his racecraft, and of course for himself as well. He's made a few errors and spins and picks up a few penalties as well. So Jin Bin, whilst having a lot of really strong pace, very much looking forward to seeing tonight whether he can, over 100% distance, keep his nose clean and pull out a good result. You can see he's all over the back of Aaron Heather here. He's going to have a little look down the inside. He does not send it though. Nice. That's good driving there from Jin Bin. I appreciate that. Only 7 laps down. We don't want to be sending that down there too early. So he's done nicely there, just showing Aaron Heather that he's about. Although I'm sure Aaron Heather's well and truly aware of his presence. He's all over him at the moment.
Yeah, it's a bit of psychological warfare there, I think. Just making Aaron second guess himself and second guess where he puts that car on track, trying to make him defend a bit more, maybe put some more wear on the tires, brake a bit harder, all those sorts of things. You know, it's all part of the overtaking strategy, I guess you'd say. So a bit of that going on, I think.
His Red Bull teammate Joe Williams is also looking to make a move here on Corbin Hanna as he goes down the inside. Nice late apex here will allow him to break deep and probably get that one done nicely. Corbin Hanna unable to find the grip to keep it on the inside for the next corner, so he gives that one up. Nice move there from Joe Williams. So the two Red Bulls looking really pacey here early on. Joe Williams on the medium tyre, Jin Bin also on the medium, so running the same strategy. They'll need to be careful they don't pit at the same time.
Yeah, and all quite close together there from P2 down to P6. They're all pretty much keeping pace with each other. Not too many big gaps there. They're all in DRS. So interesting as we see a move here from Jin Bin. Just, wow, made that look really easy. Just went right around the outside there. Obviously taking full effect of that DRS down the straight. As everybody else opening up their wings, following through. We've got Corbin Hanna coming back, trying to battle back, trying to get that position as well. Maybe go for a switch back here. Take on the inside. No, tries to look on the outside. Very strong. Lots of good racing so far.
Yeah, and only 8 laps in. So good little start to the evening. Thanks everyone for popping in too. Of course, you may have had enough Silverstone after yesterday, but if you are here, thanks for joining us. Give us a like and a subscribe and all that sort of stuff. I'm sure you already have already, let's be honest. You're all very beautiful people out there enjoying your Sunday evening or Sunday afternoon, depending on whether you're on the wrong side of Australia or wherever you are in the world. I hope you're having fun.
Where does Silverstone sit on your tier list of tracks there, JC?
Me, pretty high. I enjoy Silverstone. Most of my best results in ACC have come here, and I think it's a beautiful flowing track. I like the fact that it's got a different start-finish line in ACC and F1. That throws a bit of a spanner in it. I think it's a great track. It's not top of my list. I've got a few really strong favourites, but Silverstone's a very solid track. It easily fits into the top echelon of tracks in my book. What about yourself, Jason McLean? You a big fan of this one?
I don't mind Silverstone, the track itself, just how iconic it is. Not as high up as my list as some, but I think I've just had enough for the weekend, so he's probably dropped down a couple tiers down. I have done, I think I mathed it out, I think I've done like 127 laps or something like that of Silverstone this weekend, so...
Is that in both games combined?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think I'll take a break for a little while, but it was great fun though. Great fun track. More than happy one day to go see it live and watch either GT3 or F1 cars.
And what about you, Mike? You had a good result yesterday, I'm told. It's a pretty handy bloody day for you yesterday. Does it lift its ranking on your track list?
You'll have to check your information. We had an awful day yesterday.
Oh, I thought you were saying... I thought someone said... I thought it was you saying you had a couple of good little stints yesterday. My apologies.
No, that's okay. I mean, driving-wise and pace-wise, we had very good stints. I had a hardware issue with my force feedback, and we had a couple of little mistakes with some pit strategies and all that sort of thing, and you know, a few minor things. We had a good race and we had fun, that's for sure. And I definitely I was a bit indifferent towards Silverstone when we started, and I probably wouldn't choose the M4 as a car to drive around here again, but I would choose the M4 for most things. It's not my favorite car to drive, but yeah, I've actually came to really enjoy Silverstone over the course of practicing and qualifying, and doing all of that for the endurance event. Yeah, I'm pretty happy to go back there again a bit later in the season when we do the mini enduro, the 1.5 hour.
Yes, that's the one I'm most looking forward to. As I said, we've had a lot of Silverstone already in the last week or so, but we've got a little bit more coming. Not this week, of course, heading to Coda this week for the Sprint Series, but then I think it's the week after that we are, as you said, Mike, heading back here for the 90-minute mini enduro. And I get to drive the McLaren, which is much better than the Honda. Oh, I'm so looking forward to that. I give you the tip. Absolutely looking forward to that.
McLaren is definitely a strong car here.
Yeah, my first ACC podium was a McLaren drive here at Silverstone. So if I can replicate that, I'll be very pleased.
Do we expect a podium out of you then, Jamie?
Not in Beckett's. Nah, it's a very strong split Beckett's. I wouldn't expect it at Beckett's. Yeah, there's too many strong drivers in there. Maybe a top 6, I reckon, is around about what I'd like to aim for. I've not got good one-lap pace, but I am pretty consistent. But I'm getting a lot of penalties lately. Ever since I've started telling you to stop getting penalties, I'm getting them myself. So I probably just
funny
need
because I wasn't getting many, and now you were.
Yeah, I've taken them all off you. You're welcome. I don't know what the deal is there, but I'm just overdriving the car a little bit, I guess. I'm not sure. But yeah, I just need to reel it in a little bit. If I'm going to be doing it for 90 minutes, I've got to be keeping it within the lines. But again, the McLaren, much easier to... Well, I say that, but I've got to drive through at Spa in the McLaren. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Anyway, I'm with you guys. I am looking forward to it. 90 minutes of Silverstone in 2 weeks' time. But again, heading off to Circuit of the Americas this week. So, practicing for that one first and foremost.
Yeah, definitely. I'm interested to see what how Silverstone goes in the GTR. I've only driven the GTR there once, and that was my very first ACC race in the rookies, so I haven't got much as a baseline to go off. It'll be interesting to see. I don't see the GTR being quite as pacey as the BMW was, but I'm sure it'll be more fun.
Yeah, the GTR didn't win me over in the Grand Tour. I'll give you the tip. It's very heavy. It just feels heavy. And like the Aston Martin feels heavy, but the Aston Martin feels safe, and the Aston Martin feels... It feels a little lighter, nowhere near as heavy as the GTR. It just felt heavy, like it's got a fat ass. And it looks like it too. Like, it looks really good from behind as long as you're not driving the thing. But yeah, being in it, it didn't win me over, I'm afraid.
That's right, JC. Everyone's entitled to their wrong opinions.
Oh dear. The Aston does sound very nice, absolutely.
Yeah, she's a very nice car.
Yeah, I will pay that. It was a hard choice when it was pick the GTR or pick the V12. That's a hard choice even for me, even as a member of the evangelical GTR tribe. It was hard to not pick the V12 because that is a fantastic car to drive and listen to.
I mean, it was just as good on the outside, hearing it from the outside, as it was hearing it from the inside, so I wasn't too displeased. I got the best of both worlds. I got to make all the Nissan stands happy by driving the Nissan around for them, and I also got to hear the belting V12, so I got the win-win on the night.
Nick Randell supported the pits.
Yep.
Yep, he's off his softs about 10 laps, so relatively close. Yep, soft hard.
Soft hard. He's gone with the Jesse McLean strat. He has heard you and said, all right, we're going for a one-stop here. And
he was a former Williams teammate last year, so he's listening well.
The other drivers doing the same thing. Ethan Smalls also popped onto the hard tyres. So just the medium runners left out there now. Momo has gone on to the medium, so he'll probably have to stop again. Michael Gray has also gone on to the mediums a couple of laps ago, so both Ferrari drivers going for potentially a two-stop here.
Yeah, it looks like that call of perhaps having rain is looking less likely as we see more sun on the track. It seems to be getting brighter, so
yep.
I'm not sure we'll go for a wet race here.
I would agree with you on principle, but Codemasters has a tendency to just throw random weather events out and completely change the course of a race with its... what was I going to say? Bureaulogy? Meteorology? What's the word I'm looking for there?
Bureau of Meteorology?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know. Anyway, the Codemasters Bureau of Meteorology is not necessarily accurate, and they can chuck it down when they want to. This is Bevis Lau, hello, making a cheeky little move on the inside of Kenneth Ang, his Alpha Tauri teammate. It looks like Kenneth Ang's going to have to give that one up, and now Suma's going to send it down the inside. I wish I could get some better camera angles. It looks like Silverstone's broadcast cameras aren't doing me many favours tonight because we can't get great shots of multiple cars on the same screen. I'm having to go to driver cam a little bit to get these battles happening. But anyway, Beverslow, nice one up into P2. And Suma has to settle for P4 at the moment, but is threatening the back of the AlphaTauri of Kenneth Ang now after he was passed by his teammate.
You can see Nick's popped back into P11. He's only about 5 seconds away, so it looks like those softs, I think, and that first stint has worked very well for him. And once these guys ahead start pitting, should pop straight back up into the lead by the looks of it.
As long as he keeps on track, keeps it consistent, those hards will take a while to warm up though. They're not quite the tyre, like warmth wise to get going, but as soon as it does, they're right on it.
He is blessed
So
by a 5.5 second gap up to Claire Tay, so it doesn't matter what sort of pace he's got, even if he manages to catch Claire Tay, he's got a fair bit of space to work with, and as you said, Mike Crick, he is looking really good to continue on in the lead of this race, unless Jin Bin Chong can find an extra 2-3 tenths a lap on those 12-lap-old mediums, which is probably unlikely. Well, hang on. Up here, what's going on up here? Robert Wenzel's gone past Kenneth Ang, and now he's having a crack at his teammate. Suma's gone bang. He's got 2 in 2 corners. Oh, we missed the first one around the outside of Stowe by the look of it. It was
through goes Wenzel.
Through Stowe, but then down into the next section, he had a crack at Bevis Lau as well. He's got 2 done in 2 corners, has Suma. Nice work, Michael Gray. 3 seconds worth penalties. That's the second set of penalties we've seen tonight. Claire Tay with the other. So a nice clean start predominantly from the Tier 2 drivers, but Robert Wenzel, how about that?
Is that Claire Tay in Sector 3 driving a bit slowly? No, it seems to have sped up. I had a yellow flag there.
Yeah, I think it was Claire Tay that had the spin, because now Nick Randell is 6 seconds in front of her, so making his way up nicely.
So both Aston Martins up here in the top 5. One of them having dropped a couple of spots, but Robert Wenzel's made up 12 positions, as has Joe Williams, by the way. Don't count him out. So Suma up 12, Joe Williams up 12, Jinbin up 5. So both Red Bulls making up a collective 17 positions. The Red Bulls having a great time of it so far in the first 14 laps, but Robert Wenzel, how about that? Up 12, up into P2, which you would think is probably around about P3 once all the pit stops are completed. He is flying along.
Yeah, Heather here getting nice and close to Kenneth Ang there. We have Raj also getting close to Williams in that Red Bull. Lots of tiny little battles going on. Nobody's really dropping off the pace too heavily.
Yeah, everyone's certainly tucked into a rhythm now. There's only a few cars out there, as you said, Mike, who are just sort of trundling along on their own. Everyone else is part of some form of pack and has some DRS assistance. Good to see Raj Sandhu having a good time of it up here. As we said, he DNF'd in Tier 3 very early on. I almost want to say it was the first lap. Again, we didn't catch what happened there, but according to the charts at the end, he was on 0 lap old softs when he DNF'd. So I think he DNF'd on the first lap. Jesse, you might have some more information. Was there 2 DNFs, I think? 2 DNFs on the first lap in Tier 3.
I will have to go back in the stream thing, but yeah, there was 2 really weird DNFs. I think I can't remember what happened. One was a hardware issue. The other one, someone just died. I don't know where they died around, but yeah, I have to go back on stream wise. I started about P7, so yeah, I'd probably have an idea of where they might have been.
Well, Raj Sandhu wouldn't have had the hardware issues because unless he's repaired his hardware really quickly, he's jumped up here into Tier 2. And as I said, glad to see he's having a crack at it here and gets another go tonight, because a lap 1 DNF in a 100% race is never ideal. So, yeah, Raj having a fair old fist of it up here in Tier 2, doing very nicely. Poor old Michael Gray's just grabbed his second set of 3 seconds in the space of 2 laps, and Kenneth Ang's joined him as well on the Donkey Point board. So 6 seconds to Michael Gray, 3 to Claire Tay, and 3 to Kenneth Ang at the moment. We saw the penalties play a part at the end of the race at Tier 3. So good chance that that happens again here. There was only a few drivers who didn't have penalties when we finished Tier 3, which is similar to what we saw last week in Mexico, where only 1 or 2 drivers out of each tier finished without penalties. So it could be another case of that tonight here at Silverstone. Plenty of places to run wide and pick up those cuts.
Yeah, it's really interesting that cuts not so much of an issue in the GT3s from yesterday, but seem to be a much bigger issue here at Silverstone for these F1 cars.
Yeah, it's definitely, apart from Codemasters things, yeah, F1 generally try and, as soon as you go off that white line, it's they know about it.
Well, yeah, they are a little bit more strict in F1, which is why I was surprised yesterday that ACC was so strict. As Paige said before, he had a couple of strict ones, and mine just felt a little... But sure, I was outside, but I lost time. It just felt... Yeah, it was more strict yesterday at Silverstone ACC than it generally is, so... yeah, much easier to get them in F1. Usually, as Jesse said, they're pretty hot.
Oh yeah, they come in like hotcakes if you're not careful. And boy do they come.
Ever driven in VR, you two?
Not VR, no. Like, real life counts.
What about
It's
yourself,
kind
Mike
of
Crick?
No, I have not driven in VR. I've yet to acquire a machine that's capable of doing it.
Ben Curtis is an animal for that reason.
Absolutely. This man is currently leading the Tier 2 Championship, and he's doing it in VR. And I can't give you a helmet cam. This is about as close as I can get you to what he will be seeing, but there's positives and negatives to it. Negative being that it's a very sweaty headpiece. I don't know whether different headpieces offer different amounts of sweat, but a 100% race in what is a warming up Australia, and I give you the tip, Ben Curtis gets upset if it goes over 22 degrees. He's not a fan of the heat whatsoever. If it's nudging 24 degrees, he's starting to sweat. He doesn't like it. So throw in the fact that this is a 100% race. Australia's starting to get warmer, and he's doing this in VR. He will be sweating tonight. He's done it all season long, and he's leading the championship in VR. You can see the apexes a little bit better, and you can go and find those apexes a little bit better, but I mean, generally, I would have thought that you'd be a little bit slower, but he's clearly got a handle on it, and he's well adjusted to it. And as I said, leading the championship. So,
Props to the man.
Big hats off. Props to him, absolutely.
Have to get some tips on his fan setup or something like that, how he keeps himself cool.
If he's anything like me, he just doesn't wear pants.
You never wear pants, Jamie. You know that.
It's going to be nearly 30 on Tuesday. I don't know where in Australia you guys are, but where I am in Melbourne, it's going to be nearly 30 on Tuesday. The first real dose of spring weather on its way. So looking forward to that. I might just take the afternoon off from work, sneak out early and go to the beach on Tuesday, I reckon.
I'm going to Google the weather right now.
I'm very much a winter person myself, so I'm not looking forward to the summer.
Oh,
I'm
no.
also a winter person. So
What
I
is
totally
wrong
agree.
with you? No, I'm the opposite. Absolutely. I love 40-degree days. I love the heat. Absolutely love it.
No, all my activities are indoors, so keep it cool.
Yeah, if I look at my family history, our ancestry, I could not be any more white European. So inside time is a great time. Yeah, I'm sitting about a solid 23, 24 degrees next week.
Nice.
I'll enjoy
Too
that.
shabby.
As long as it's not humid, because I hate humidity. And I am on the coast, so I'm going to hate it.
We see here now, everybody. So all those mediums are still going. I wonder just how many more laps these guys are going to do on those before they pit. The pace difference doesn't seem massive. A lot of the pace difference we're seeing just seems to be from drivability and taking better lines and all that sort of stuff. The pace difference between those mediums and the softs isn't quite as big as as I would have thought from this perspective, but you probably got a bit more insight on that, Jesse.
Yeah, even on my pace alone, I could have probably got 30 laps out of the mediums, and there probably would have been a screaming at the end. But I think I got 20. I think I ended up around about 24, 25 was my limit. But they're about 55, 60% by the time I finished with them. So these guys are a little bit quicker than I am. So depending how good they are at managing their tyres, they'll probably last another 10 or so laps. As long as they keep them under control and keep them under temperature. But
we'll just have to see.
Just have to see how Nick Randell goes. He's the marker at the moment.
He's catching Ben, who's been on those hards since the start of the race. So it's interesting looking at the pace difference. Obviously, driver ability taken into account. But as you were saying, Ben Curtis currently leading the championship, so he's no slouch. And it's interesting to see how quickly Nick is catching up to Ben, being on roughly the same tyres.
But there's a massive difference in those tyres in those lap times for tyres. 7 laps compared to 18 laps. It can be quite interesting.
A couple of divers in the pits now. Jinbin Chong from the lead of the race. Kenneth Ang also in the pit lane. I'm telling you, these broadcast cameras just not doing me many favours tonight. Just not getting much action from the broadcast cameras. So it's pretty tricky.
Looks like Jin got out in front of Nick Randell.
Indeed he did. Well spotted. He has indeed cleared Nick Randell, not by much. And Nick Randell obviously on those warmed up hard tyres. Jinbin will still be trying to get a little bit of heat into his at the moment, but the mediums will be superior when they get there. So if Nick's going to get one done, he'll want to get it soon before Jinbin has his tyres warm up. But that is a great little first stint for Jinbin Chong. Absolutely. He was 5-6 seconds behind Nick Randell when Nick popped into the pits. Nick, of course, ran the first stint on the soft tyres, so it was always going to be a little bit quicker, but that's an excellent end to the stint for Jinbin Chong. He's clearly been hammering along at his own pace and has done nicely to come out in front of Nick Randell here.
Yeah, the only concern I've got is that these meters might be screaming towards the end. That's the only thing I've got concern of at the moment. But we just have to wait and see.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he does just sort of hold those mediums until the end of the race. You've got to imagine Nick's going to have better pace on the used hards than Jinbin will, but it could be a bold. It's a bold strategy if he's going for a one-stop here, but I'd say more likely anybody going to mediums now is thinking of a tour.
Yeah, maybe a little 8-lap dash at the end. Hopefully, if they get a safety car, it'll absolutely bless them. But even if they don't, we saw how Nick Randell was super quick on the softs when he had a full tank of petrol. They're going to be even quicker if they can get on the softs at the end for an 8-lap burst with low petrol and full batteries. They will be really quick, any soft runners towards the end. So it could be a cheeky 2-stop for you, Mike Crick. You might be right.
Those clouds in the background are looking ominous, though. I'm just noticing.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a car off here. Oh, Franco, oh no.
Just giving everyone a wide berth here too. A gentleman and a scholar is Frank Frankfurt, just waiting for the traffic to go by before he rejoins. Did that perfectly.
Yep, that's how you rejoin. Everyone.
You won't find a better rejoin, Jesse McLean. What do you reckon? That wasn't pointed at all.
Yeah, totally not pointed. Actually, I had one little off yesterday and rejoined quite well.
Bevis Lau ducks into the pits as well. 20-lap old mediums. He's had enough of those. Out in the front at the moment, the two Aston Martins, 1-2 on their 21-lap old mediums. Robert Wenzel, after making a couple of very nice moves around about 7 or 8 laps ago, now provisionally leads the race from his Aston Martin teammate, Aaron Hither. But of course, with pit stops still to be completed, and Jinbin Chong out here doing 1:30.8. And there's a good chance they will filter into around about P3, P4 once the pit stops are completed.
Another couple of stops coming. We've got Hannah and Lau both in the pits.
Jinbin Chong's gone past Ben Curtis at some point too, so he's put Ben Curtis in between himself and Nick Randell. It hasn't taken him long, Jinbin Chong, to get a handle on these medium tyres and warm them up and really start to stretch his legs. He's already nearly 3 seconds up the road from Nick Randall. Around about 2.8, 2.9 seconds now.
What's our pit transit time? How much of a gap does he need to do a two-stop here?
Not a huge pit lane, so I can't imagine it's much more than 25, 26 seconds, around about there somewhere.
I'd say around about that, yeah, 24, 26 seconds.
Definitely possible, but it's going to be a big ask if he can put that pace together.
Yeah, plus the pit lane is a 60 km/h pit area, not the typical 80, so you have to factor that in as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That might make it a little bit longer, might stretch it out to sort of 28, 29 seconds, that delta.
Nick there finally getting past Ben, so those newer hards starting to show that pace difference that Jesse was talking about.
Yeah, Ben will look probably lap 30, lap 32, come in, get on those mediums, they'll definitely make the end from there. Yeah, it's been the thing with this F1 game. The softs are not really used much unless deemed necessary at the end or at the very beginning. I love that helmet. God, it looks good.
What is going on there, Claire Tay? I've never seen that before. What is happening? It's a goldfish helmet. Is it a goldfish? It looks like a goldfish. That's...
Looks like a goldfish.
That is hilarious.
It's even got the fin. Is that aerodynamically sound as well?
Oh, spotted by you. I've never seen that before. Obviously, the EA money's starting to filter its way down into the customization section. I wish they'd fix some bugs rather than making bloody goldfish helmets, but all in all, that's pretty funny. I like that. Goldfish helmet. Yeah, there you go. Claire Tay all over that one.
Wenzel pitting.
Doesn't want to double stack with Aaron Heather, so Aaron stays out. The leader, of course, gets first choice in most scenarios, so Robert says, all right, I'm going to go in now. You'll have to cover me off on the next lap if indeed you want to come in. Raj Sandhu's an interesting case. I'll give you the tip. He will be trying to do a two-stop, and if everyone else is going to be doing two stops, he'll want to do a three-stop. He loves an extra stop strategy, does Raj Sandhu. So he's done one so far, currently sitting in P10. On the medium tyres now, I would not be surprised at all if he runs these mediums through to around about lap 45 and then comes in for a last sprint on the softs. He will very happily do a two-stop. You don't need to convince him. So, oh, hello. What's happening here between Claire Tay and Suma's just come out of the pit lane. He doesn't want to get involved in any of this kind of stuff as he tries to warm up his tyres, but he is being asked questions by Claire Tay and Bevis Lau, who are doing battle behind him and with him. It's a bit of a three-way here. And these drivers on different strategies as well, so they kind of want to stay out of each other's way, but Suma's got it wide through there, and Claire Tay goes through, as does Bevis Lau. So Suma losing a couple of spots there. But he is all over the back of Claire Tay now as they head around ACC turn 1.
Yeah, Claire Tate on those old hards as well, so you've got to imagine that Wenzel's going to have the pace once those hard tyres come up to temperature in a couple of laps, but they do take a little while to come up. So as we see Heather now coming in for that pit stop, see what tyres they take, whether they're going to follow the same strategy or mix it up.
He's had a very strong season, has Robert Wenzel, currently P2 in the championship. But I say currently P2, but my standings haven't got Mexico in them, and he had a very good week last week. So I wouldn't be surprised if he is actually our championship leader. It'd be super close between himself and Ben Curtis. Going very wide there. Or is that Aaron Heather who was going wide? My apologies. Aaron has just come out of the pits as well and does the right thing there, lets his teammate through. So Robert Wenzel having a very good season, but he is being well supported by Aaron Heather.
You love to see it.
That's great teamwork there from Aaron. Just allows the championship leader through, and he gets to continue his chase of Claire Tay and Bevis Lau, who he lost positions to as he came out of the pits. As I was saying, he's had a very strong one. He's got like a win or two on the board. He's got more than a handful of podiums, and he's got double handfuls of top tens. So it's been a very strong, consistent season. Has shown up to every race. Didn't put points on the board in Australia. Got a DNF there, but otherwise, points on the board every week. So well deserving of his championship lead or P2 again. I'm not going to try and pretend I know exactly what the gap is there, but I guarantee you it is not much between Ben Curtis and Robert Wenzel.
Do some digging, see if I can find what the points gap is for you.
Well, Ben Curtis sitting P3 at the moment. Still yet to make a stop. Still on those hards, but making good use of them, as we see only one of 3 drivers who've yet to make a stop. All of those guys starting on the hard tyres and obviously going for a longer first stint. What do we think, JC? Do you think you go to the mediums, or are they going to try and stretch them out and go for a soft run?
Oh, I'd be going hard soft. I love the idea of softs on low fuel, and you just get to run 8 laps, 8 of your best qualifying laps in a row. And you can, if you get that right, if you get that stint right, you can gain massive time. And it's also really good for overtaking. Just your the soft tyre grip, you can just throw it around the outside with those soft tyres on low fuel, and it generally sticks, and you can get heaps of moves done on these old hards or old mediums or whatever it's going to be at the end of the race. So if you were asking me, I'd be going for the one-stop hard soft.
Man after my heart, JC. Brings tear to my eye, you saying that. Wild hard, soft or soft hard.
Massive fan of the hard tyre, is Jesse McLean. Worked out for him last season, but it's not been the strategy that's come out much this season, even though the hard tyre is particularly strong. I've seen you run the softs more often than I thought you would.
Oh, trust me, if I can find a soft hard strategy that's going to work, I'll go for it.
Speaking of going for it, Robert Wenzel here. We're just talking about moves around the outside. He's got one of these done already tonight. I would suggest he's going to get this one done too. Claire Tay on those 25 lap old hards will be struggling for grip now, and Robert Wenzel's got a little bit extra on him, so he moves on through. May have just given Claire Tay a little bit of love there on the way through, and indeed Claire Tay is just coming back on the infield there, but looked pretty clean from Robert Wenzel. He got it all done around the outside, and a racing incident I would assess, but again we haven't got all the angles up here, so we won't judge that too strenuously. We'll wait for the stewards to do that later on this week, but for mine, that looked reasonably clean there from Suma.
Yeah, it was well along the inside and there, so I think you're right there. I don't think there was much in that, but hard to see. Camera just cut off after that potential contact there, but as you said, stewards will sort that out. Jinbin continuing to increase that gap to Nick Randell behind, so whatever tyre strategy they're going with, whatever it is, it's working at the current moment. So we'll just have to see. There's actually, yeah, we've almost got 3 different tyre strategies in our top 3 there. We've got Jinbin starting, going to the mediums, and then Nick Randell going to the hards, and then Ben Curtis still out on hards after starting on them and potentially going to softs or maybe mediums. It depends on which way they see the race heading. So interesting developments here in that top 3. It'll be curious to see which of them makes the most benefit from whatever tyre strategy they've chosen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Love to see different strategies. And as we pop over the halfway the halfway mark of the race, not as many penalties as I thought we'd see at this point, so they're doing nicely to keep their noses clean, tier 2, but still a long way to go. Probably a couple of drivers sitting out there on a little handful of warnings at the moment, so they might be being a little bit tentative. But yeah, it's always good to see different strategies, and I'm sure that will play a huge part coming into the last 5 or 6 laps, but so will those penalties, so we'll keep an eye on those.
Just an update on points, just had a bit of a squeeze.
Oh, hello. What do you got for
Ben
us?
Curtis has a 48-point lead over Suma. It's 653 versus 608.
Ooh, so he does still lead, Ben Curtis. And you said it was a 48-point lead.
Yes.
It was a 44-point lead after USA, so he has stretched that gap by 4 points in Mexico. That is how close it is between Ben Curtis and Robert Wenzel. You can't bloody separate those two. And I wouldn't count Corbin Hanna and Momo out either. In fact, Corbin Hanna, Momo, Andre McLeod, Nick Randall, all separated by 30 points. That's 4 drivers from P3 down to P6, separated by 30 points. So they're very close to as they continue their battle for P3 in the championship. And I say P3, not trying to count them out of the championship league, because they are only sort of 80 points behind. But the season coming to a close now. We've only got 4 or 5 rounds to go. So points are most useful now. And you would suggest that Ben Curtis and Robert Wenzel just started to separate themselves from that chasing pack a little bit.
Every point is extra, the most valuable now towards the pointy end of the season.
Tell you what, they're double valuable tonight. Double points on offer here at the 100% endurance race. So they'll be...
Wish I knew that.
No, it is double points for the endurance race. Double race distance and double points. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Anyway, someone might have to correct me in chatland, but I thought I read Deckers say that somewhere, and he's the man who knows. So I'm pretty sure. I'm about 94% sure that it is double points for the endurance races.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Deckers will sort that out.
Although I'm having a look back here at
they
the
kept it as normal.
endurance race in Italy in round 7. It doesn't look like there was double points there. So maybe I'm wrong. I'm not sure. Deckers won that race. So maybe he just... maybe he didn't... No, it might not be Nathan Monks. As I said, I'm just looking back at the Italian round where we did the endurance race there at... what would that have been? Imola or Monza? One of the two. I can't remember. Was it Monza, was it? And yeah, it was. And Deckers won that race, and he only gave himself 100 points for it. So it's not like it's either he wasn't aware at the time, or he's changed the rules since then. Or I just misheard, I misread what he said. As I said, or maybe I just completely stuffed up, and now my 94% confidence has gone to 49% confidence. Not so sure. Bragging points? Yeah, a couple extra bragging points maybe. Not double points for the championship standings, but a couple extra bragging points. Why not?
It's been a long weekend for you, Jamie, so it's alright.
Tell you what, Deckers was very happy with his Monza performance. It was his first race win in 2 seasons, I believe, when he pinched that one. And to do it in an endurance event, no less, he was very pleased with himself, as he so should have been. He drove very well that day. So disappointing not to see him on track tonight, but of course our best wishes to him and his move. And hopefully his new house plays the game with internet and all that stuff quickly, and he can get back on track next week as we head off to... I don't even know anymore. The schedule is all over the place. I said Brazil was this week, and it was Great Britain 3 weeks from now, and that's wrong because we're at Great Britain. I don't know what's coming up next week. It's one of Brazil or Abu Dhabi.
I'll have a quick squeeze, even though...
Yeah, but again, I don't even know,
no
man.
idea
The
either.
website and the timing board, everything says something different. So I'm not sure, but it is one of Brazil or Abu Dhabi, both quality tracks. So looking forward to that, and hopefully, as I said, Deckers gets back in.
It's saying Brazil. That says on the Discord, so I'm going to assume Brazil because I'll be practicing that now.
Great track. Quality
It is a
track.
good track.
One of my favourites is Brazil.
She's quite enjoyable. Only a short course too, which is interesting.
The next race is in line with the current in real life calendar, so it is indeed Brazil. Thank you to you, Alex. I love those weekends. I love the weekends where we've got your OOR Legends series on a Sunday night, and then later on in the evening, we're all on the Discord watching the in real life race, and I love, that's an excellent little idea, linking those up. Really good. Makes for a really nice Sunday, coming in here and hanging out with all you lot and watching these guys go about their business, and then watching the in real life stuff as well, and just gives you a point of reference. It's good stuff. So this really has developed into a bit of a DRS-assisted... Well, I say DRS-assisted. There aren't too many cars within DRS at the moment. Only Andre McLeod and Ethan Small, you see on screen now, chasing around Momo. They're the only 2 drivers on track with any sort of DRS assistance. And in fact, Andre's now dropped outside that second window as well. So Ethan Small, the only one here with DRS. But it has just really developed into a keep you cool, patient kind of let's get to the end type race. But I wouldn't be surprised if it all kicks off in the last sort of 5 or 6 laps, especially If there's drivers out there with 30, 40 lap old hards and a couple decide to go onto softs, goodness me, what a safety car would do to this race at the end. That would spice it right up. But it's good stuff here at the moment. Rain has arrived? Surely not, Amuana. You've got to be pulling my chicken. I reckon he's right, though. I'm just looking at this.
Bunch of people pitting.
I'm looking at the front of the Haas here. And it looks like there is rain coming down. Both Momo and Ethan Small have passed the pit lane now, so they're not ready for intermediates yet. But you can see rain on the visor. You are spot on, Amuana. It has started to rain here with 20 laps to go. Just as I said, it's getting into a point where we've gotten a little end over end. It's going to go end right over end here as intermediates for Raz Sandhu and Joe Williams. Well, there you go. All right, so what does this do to Jinbin's ambitions?
Oh, Ben Curtis, he'll be loving that right now.
Yeah, Jeremy Washington agreeing with you there that Ben will be very happy with that. He's gone all the way on hard tyres, as has Claire Tay, Andre McLeod, Frank Frankfurt. There's a couple of drivers out there who have yet to pit off of their hard tyres. They've gone 31 laps and patiently waited for the rain to come.
And Curtis now coming in, obviously for some intermediate tyres, and we'll probably see the rest of the hard starters come in, along with some of the leaders will have to come in at some point.
Ethan Small says, thank you very much, I'll have P10. Everyone in the pit lane, I reckon, is going on to intermediate tyres. I don't think we're going to see anyone risk it and stay on dry tyres. If this rain doesn't increase, it could be worth staying on a dry tyre. So we don't know what the weather situation is, but if they all go into intermediates, you can only assume that the rain is going to continue to increase. And indeed, that looks to be what we're seeing. Ben
Big
Curtis.
question is...
Sorry,
Oh, sorry, Jamie.
no, you go. Fire
So
away.
big question is how long will the dryers survive in the dampening conditions? And the pieces of Ferrari around, so they might not be looking very good.
Let's see how these intermediates are looking for Michael Gray. He was one of the first drivers to pop onto them. It doesn't look like the track's wet enough for them yet, so this is a risky call to get onto them straight away. You don't want to cook them up and burn them. Michael Gray just blue flagging here for Nick Randall as he makes his way through.
DRS has been disabled now, so obviously there is enough rain on track for that.
Yep. That's the crossover point we're all so fond of. But as we discussed before, it can chuck it down at a whim, Codemasters games. It has no... like we said before, you and I both agreed that it was looking dry and it was only going to be dry for here on out. And this is just what happens. It just changes for unknown reasons and it just happens all of a sudden. And we're going to see that again here. Michael Gray doesn't look like he's got a whole heap of grip out here. So it is certainly slippery enough for the Inters now.
Yeah, I was only going to just say that it was starting to look a little misty and we might see some rain when it started falling down. So, yeah, it does change very quickly.
The guys in the top three are still pushing on.
Let's see how they're going. I can't imagine that'd be much fun. Jinbin, one of those. He's currently in the lead of the race on these 14-lap old mediums.
Yellow flag sector 1, that's another Ferrari, I believe. Is that a Ferrari?
Looks like a Ferrari, yes. Michael Gray.
I will admit, Med TC in the wet is not ideal.
Well, I'm sure it's better than no TC in the wet.
Oh, I don't know.
That's not fun.
I think I gave you enough heart attacks in Singapore, Jamie, I think.
All right, Jinbin's in the pits, so he'll go on the Inters here. Suma has just come around Stowe now, so you would assume he's about to dive over into the pits here. He does not. He's going to stay out. What's Aaron Heather going to do? He's got the pit lane in his sights, I would suggest, and he goes. Robert Wenzel's going for the big balls play here. He's going to stay out on these 10-lap old mediums. Maybe he knows something that we don't. He might think that the rain is just going to be a very fleeting, passing glance and that it won't actually come down hard enough. He reckons he can stick it out here on the dries, potentially.
We're just doing the one extra lap to avoid a double stack, but I don't know, I would have thought the double stack would cost you less than trying to do one more lap on the hard tyres around here on the wet track.
You can see how cautious he's got to be. He's not using high revs. He's being very cautious out here, short shifting it on every point. So I think you're right. It's interesting though, Robert Wenzel was leading from Aaron Heather. And as we discussed before, Aaron Heather most happy to give way to Robert Wenzel and give him a position in his chase of the championship victory. There goes Jim Bin Chong on the intermediate, so you can see how much grip he's got. He's having a lot of fun out here on the intermediates now. He's absolutely nailed his pit stop. A couple of drivers out here did it 3 laps ago, so they might have just burnt through a little bit of extra tyre life there, but it's definitely wet enough now. So Jin Bin loving life out here on the intermediates, but Robert Wenzel is really struggling for grip here. He's kept it going straight and hasn't had to cross his hands, so he's driving beautifully and smoothly, but he's got no pace. He just cannot get the power down. So absolutely going to dive into the pits here. And there he goes. So it feels bad. The 11-lap-old hards being swapped for the inters. I'm not sure whether he would change his tune if indeed he knew that the weather was coming and had his time again. But anyway, all is not lost. He's still P2. He's got Bevis Lau coming past the pit lane now on intermediate, so he's probably not going to beat him out. Well, it'll be interesting to see where Suma does fit in once he comes out of the pits. Aaron Heather's in P7, so you would assume it'd be around about there somewhere. Ooh, a bit of a snap there for Bevis Lau. Nice little catch.
Yeah, I think you're on the money there. It looks like it'll be about P6 when he comes out. Might just fall behind Aaron Heather. Aaron Heather probably doing a little bit faster being on the intermediates on this track. We saw just how much he was struggling with those hard tyres on this wet track. And yeah, I guess this is all falling into Jim Bin's hands, really, because of going onto those mediums has been a good strategy call here, especially if the race stays wet as it is at the moment. Got a big lead there.
Michael Gray is trying to go for my Silverstone penalties record at the moment.
Yeah, he's got himself 15 seconds, so he's racking them up. Aaron Heather's coming up behind Sumi here, which I think would be ideal for these two and how they would have planned it. So that would potentially be why Aaron Heather ducked into the pits. But I am surprised that Aaron Heather got onto the intermediates first, but then wasn't able to get the outlap right and get in front of Robert Wenzel, and goes pretty wide there too. So maybe just taking a little while to come to grips with the conditions and the tyres is Berg. Grabs himself 3 seconds there as he takes a little bit too much of the curb. That's his first 3 second of the... No, apologies. That's his second 3 second of the evening, taking it up to 6 seconds total.
But as much as I want to keep watching this race, I've got to go sort out LT5 situation.
Of course, no. Thank you for joining us for the first 37 laps of Tier 2. Unlucky about your night in Tier 3, but hey, still a couple of races to go. We're all rooting for you up here. Jacob Weatherburn especially is flying your flag, so good luck for the rest of the season. Jesse McLean.
And much love as always next week, so I'll still catch you then.
See you later, Jesse.
And I'm just getting word that Jacob Weatherburn is also unable to make it to Tier 1, which is a little devastating for my soul because I love that man very much. So, yeah, it sounds like he's been caught up in his Sunday activities and won't be joining us for Tier 1. So hopefully you can hang around with me in chat and I'll take you through whatever happens. And I think Scarney's still popping in. I don't know. It might be just me and Scarney. I don't know what you're up to, Criggy, but if you want to hang out with me and Scarney, you're more than welcome to. But, of course, no stress otherwise. If you can't, we'll manage without you.
Yeah, it'll have to be a tap out for me after this race, but I'm pretty sure Scarney can do the talking for 2 people.
Oh, absolutely. Scarney and I will find a way to keep you entertained. Don't worry about that. Looking forward to him making his debut in the Legends Series commentary booth.
Yeah, we made his debut in the Endurance Series yesterday. In
I
a
heard
brief
that.
little interjection. Yeah, popped in for maybe 10, not even 10 minutes. Just
Just
sort of
invaded the
made
booth for
himself
10
known.
minutes.
Yep, just sort of popped in there and said a few choice words, and yeah, provided some good entertainment for the last hour of the race there.
Absolutely. Just made sure everyone was still awake after 5.5 hours and did his bit. So yeah, he's got to come in here for an hour and a half of Tier 1. And he's picked a good day for it. Tier 1 will turn it on for him, I'm sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a big fan of these sort of longer races. They're always good, especially when it comes to strategy. I mean, I don't know about you, JC, but that's probably one of my favorite things about real life F1, virtual F1, is just the tyre strategy and how that works. As we see a monster overtake there. Is that a blue flag? No, that's a genuine overtake there from Corbin Hanna, coming nicely around there, taking much better use of the tyres there than Frankfurt, who falls down to 15th now.
I personally thought Franco was trying to make a move on Corbin and didn't get it done, but you might have seen that better than I did. I flicked over here a little late, so you might be right. I thought Franco was trying to get past Corbin and he couldn't, but you clearly saw something that I didn't. I'll pay that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to be wrong on that. Didn't quite catch it as much as it either. It doesn't look like more of an overtake move to me. But
regardless of who's right out of yourself and myself there, it's actually spiced up a lot of battles here. There's, we said before the rain came that there was only one car within DRS. But now that DRS is closed, you've got battles forming everywhere. Kenneth Ang not far behind Ben Curtis. There's a bit of a pack here. This is an interesting little pack here that involves both McLarens. Joe Williams leading the way. Corbin Hanna stuck in there in a McLaren sandwich. So there's a couple of cars going about their business here. And then there is a Ferrari around. I don't know whether that's Momo coming up to lap these guys. No, it might be Michael Gray, who's been lapped by most of the field now and is just following along nicely behind on his intermediate. It's good to have him in the booth last week too, by the way. Michael Gray's got a nice little personality about him, and we'll hopefully get him into the commentary booth as well towards the end of the season. Good little value piece from him last week as we congratulated him between Tier 3 and Tier 2, I think it was.
Yeah, always good to get more voices in the commentary and get a bit of variety going on for sure.
That's a move from Raj Sandhu. We said Joe Williams was leading this pack before. It's not the case now. Raj Sandhu around Stowe manages to get one done on Joe. So Joe down to P13, Sandhu to P12. And already Raj has picked up about 7/10 in a couple of corners there. So maybe he was just waiting for his chance to strike. Found it. And now gets a chance to stretch his legs and hopefully move away from this little battle pack, which involves his McLaren teammate Franco.
Yeah, I think Raj was one of the first to hit onto the wet tyres. So maybe he's a bit of a fan of the wet and just has that little bit extra pace. As we know, the wet weather does sort of create a different dynamic, and some drivers are, quite confident and quite capable in the wet, and others are a little bit less confident than they are in the dry. So it always does create interesting situations. That's what I said. I love these sort of mixed condition races because it just makes things a little bit more spicy. And it's good too that we've seen a lot of good behaviour from all the drivers here, and everybody keeping their calm. Haven't seen too many people binning it or going off in the wet conditions. Everyone's still maintaining a rough pace and keeping together, which is good to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Really valid point from you there. We've had a couple of rough weeks. Sort of started off around about Miami. The shackles came off the penalties a little bit, and then when we got to Japan and Singapore and Baku, it was more safety cars than racing in especially Tier 2, which was renowned for being pretty clean and respectful in the way they went about things. Just got pretty messy in the middle of the season. Not just for Tier 2, of course, all tiers not innocent, but it's good to see, as you said tonight, these guys have kept their nose clean. There are some penalties on the board from track cuts, but that is to be expected. Just the one DNF from Mark Ghost, and I think that was a hardware issue, not a DNF by death. So, no, it is really good to see Tier 2 coming about their business tonight really cleanly, doing nicely. And not that there hasn't been any battles either, though. It's been pretty good in the first half of the race. We saw plenty of overtakes and did develop into a little bit of a procession there before the rain started. But now that the rain has joined, it looks like there's, as you said, Mike, a couple of drivers who have got their handles and are starting to make some moves and close gaps. It's really good to see at the moment with 12 laps to go.
Yeah, it's sort of hard to call at this point, honestly. You just don't know, you know, how people are handling the wet and how wet the track exactly is. It's always a bit hard to judge, sort of from the commentary booth. It's much easier to handle, as you see there. You know, Robert Wenzel getting a little bit sideways, coming out of the exit there, Stowe. Ooh, and we see that looks like contact just ahead there with Kenneth Ang, and sorry, Mr. Who
Ben
that
Curtis
was
and Kenneth Ang it was. And it wasn't much contact. It was only just a little tap on the rear. But it was enough to open the door for Robert Wenzel. And Suma took it on and said thank you very much. He picks up 2 spots. Sneaks his way up there into P4. And Kenneth Ang struggling with the rear end of that AlphaTauri a little bit as he tries to get P4 back. So, you can see he's still really struggling to get the traction down. I'm not sure if he's carrying any damage now, Kenneth Ang, from that contact with Ben Curtis.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he's picked up a bit of front wing. He's definitely struggling quite a fair bit though. So yeah, maybe a little bit of front end damage. Nothing visible on the car, but that doesn't always mean anything. As what was that? Aaron Heather coming up on Ben Curtis now as well. It's all kicking off now. As we said, it was calming down.
As soon as we said that, it's gotten spicy again. We like it.
Yeah, it's chasing down Ben Curtis here, who's maybe being held up, maybe holding back a little bit from Kenneth Ang. And as you said, Ben Curtis in VR. I don't know how it is in F1 2022 in the rain, but I can't imagine it's easy to drive in the wet in VR.
Intense is what it is, especially if it's actually like heavy rain, because then the spray makes it almost impossible. He's going to have a cracky around the outside, is he? He is, Ben Curtis, in VR. Never mind that. He's got it done around the outside. So that could be a combination of factors. We said Kenneth Ang might be looking a little slow now. Could be carrying the slightest amount of damage. As I said, that car looks to be intact, but not to say that it might be a little yellow front end plate just causing him a few issues. But Ben Curtis still very brave to go around the outside of Stowe in the wet. In VR, gets it done. Nice move from Ben Curtis.
Yeah, fantastic driving. It looks like we had
What's
a
happened?
situation for Ethan Hall there too. Ethan Small. And oh no, another incident with Claire Tay. So a few things kicking off. Just as we say everyone's behaving themselves and driving really well, we've cursed the entire field.
We did that, yep. We cursed them with the weather. We cursed them when now there's yellows, and it's all happening with 7 laps to go. Hard to work out where exactly to point the camera at the moment, because there are battles forming everywhere and yellow flags on the track. Here it looks like Kenneth Ang has lost one to Aaron Heather as well, so I would suggest he is struggling with the grip in that AlphaTauri. His bleeding positions was in P4 only 3 laps ago. Now finds himself in P7. He's got a nice buffer to Andre McLeod, 12 seconds, but he is holding 3 seconds worth of penalties to his name, so hasn't got all of that 12 seconds to work with. Oh my god, he is all over the place, Kenneth Ang. That rear end is not playing the game for him.
Yeah, it looks like he is struggling with a bit of a loss of grip there. So yeah, I'd say he has picked up some sort of little bit of damage there, which is making the car a bit harder to drive. You never want damage. Oh dear, my brake off again. So we've got another yellow flag there. Thankfully, every off we've had just seems to be everyone on their own for the most part. So we haven't had any safety cars still. It's a safety car free race so far, but let's hope that commentator's curse doesn't come into effect now.
That's exactly what you've done there. You have cursed them into a safety car. We're all waiting with bated breath to see when that comes out now. And Jin Bin will be very disappointed with that, because he has absolutely stormed away in the lead of this race after gapping Nick Randall in the pit stops with an excellent first stint on the medium tyre. He's done very nicely here on the intermediates as well, and has pulled out a 13-second gap with no penalties to his name as well. And I did say early in the race I was interested to see how his racecraft and cleanliness went over the space of a 100% endurance race, and he's shown me he's got it in him. He's absolutely done beautifully. He's made a couple of clean passes, and he's got no penalties to his name, so absolutely enjoying himself out here. Jin Bin Chong, 12 seconds the lead with 9 laps to go.
Momo here continuing to charge McLeod. Really looking up the inside there. He's getting very, very close. It's always a bit nervous trying to overtake someone in the wet, but see how he goes. He's definitely looks like he does have a bit more pace. It'll be interesting to see if he can make a move in the remaining few laps that we have. But yeah, it all sort of kind of settling in. Oh no, we've got
Michael Gray again, unfortunately.
Michael Gray again. Unfortunately, he's just not having a good day today. The only sort of thing on Jinbin was our car who had a bit of an issue there in qualifying, wasn't he?
I don't recall. It was that. Hang on.
It was the Red Bull car.
I thought it was Jinbin who was lapping him, but apparently it was... Or is it? It is. Jinbin's had a little error there, I reckon.
Yeah, he's gone off a little bit there. See, you cursed him. You were saying he was nice and consistent, and there you go.
Oh, I thought it was Joe Williams, but it's not. It is Jinbin. So it has cost him 4 seconds. That gap to Bevis Lau now only 10 seconds. So whilst it hasn't caused any damage and he is able to continue on, he's just got to get past Michael Gray here, which won't be a problem. Michael, I'm sure, will let him through as a blue flag driver. That's fine. But just a little chink in the armour here for Jinbin Chong with 8 laps to go. As I said, that gap was nearing 15 seconds. It's now down to 10.5, so all is not lost for Bevis Lau. He'll know that too. He will see that that delta would have increased a huge chunk, and he'll just say to himself, hey, Jinbin's not flawless up the front here. Anything can happen, so he's going to continue on. Bevis Lau, but he has got Nick Randall for company too, it must be said. He's not far away either. Nick Randall with a really strong performance in qualifying and led for the first half of this race. Stormed away to a very strong lead on the soft tyre initially.
Yeah, absolutely. It has sort of dropped off just a little bit there, and he has just picked up a 3-second penalty in that last lap as well. So he's going to be pushing really hard to see if he can get past Bevis and hopefully put 3 seconds between them to see if he can at least get a P2 out of this.
Michael Gray's just grabbed himself 10 seconds for cutting the track somewhere, so he's having a rotten old time of it now. He's already I want to say 2 laps down from the leaders. And he's got, I'm going to say, 27, 28 seconds of penalties now. Let's go and have a look. That's the wrong button. Let's try a different one. 28 seconds of penalties to Michael Gray's name, so he's having a shocker. But if he brings it home after that kind of night, then he's doing pretty well. Very easy to throw in the towel and say, look, I'm 2 laps down with 30 seconds. That'll just about do me. But he is ploughing on. He wants to finish this one. And I love that spirit from Michael Gray. So best of luck over his next 7 laps. We'll see how he goes.
Yeah, always better to finish, I think. Momo's still putting the challenge on here, but hasn't quite been able to find the room or the space or the confidence to make an overtake. But he's not letting him go. Does seem to be our closest battle on track other than Ethan Small and Joe Williams. And Ethan Small maybe not too pushy. He does have 3 seconds penalties, Joe Williams, so he's not going to be too worried about catching him. And actually, he's not. He might want to push a little bit though, because if he can catch up to Raj, who has 6 seconds, he could see himself pop into the top 10 at this point.
Did that gap to Joe Williams just increase exponentially though?
Yeah, it has just gone up to about 9 seconds. Ethan's gap has, it's falling down, so Joe's maybe had a problem there.
So we'll go and check that out, because as you said, Ethan won't be pushing too hard to get past, but you're spot on. He could be on for a top 10 if he gets past Joe Williams here. He will need to find a little bit of extra pace towards the end of this race. He also has Franco for company, mind you, so don't count Franco out from causing problems for him. Not the DNF kind of problems, but Franco will show himself in the mirrors and say, hey, on track, I'm willing to give you a crack. But Ethan Small, if he can get past Joe Williams here, he's only got to find, as you said, 3 seconds. And he will jump inside that 6-second window to Raj Sandhu, and he'll pinch P10. So Ethan will be asking Joe to either kindly get a move on or move yourself out the way so I can have a crack at it. But you're right, this on-track battle between Momo and Andre McLeod, these two have had plenty of battles in their OOR Legend Series careers, and again tonight, they are battling away 6/10 the margin, no penalties on the board, very clean drivers these two. Have a tendency to DNF themselves every now and then. Ethan Small, as we gave him a rap, has indeed been passed by Franco, so I did say Franco wouldn't let him get away with it cleanly, and indeed he has made a move on him.
Yeah, he seems to be having some trouble on that last lap, he had a bit of trouble on the exit to hang us straight, so maybe starting to... You got to remember too, you know, in these longer races that we don't do as often, you know, fatigue does sort of start to set in, so that might be part of the reason there. He's sort of fallen off and made a couple of little minor errors there. That's unfortunately not quite cost him a position yet, but could if he doesn't sort of maintain and keep up with Frankie there.
He's got a fair bit of work to do now if he wants that top 10, I'd say. That's probably just about left him. Especially, yeah, as you said, Mike, he is struggling a little bit for traction here, so pace not necessarily his friend.
Does seem to be raining a little bit harder, so maybe the intermediates not quite as optimal as they were a couple of laps ago, but way too late in the game for anybody to even consider a change to wets.
Yeah, good shout from you. Definitely grayer in the sky, and the track is very shiny. So I think you're right. I think it is coming down a little bit heavier.
Yeah, just noticing all the other drivers as they're going around, they do seem to be going just a little bit slow. Even Momo here now sort of dropping off ever so slightly. Now down to 9/10 or 6/10 the lap before. But he does seem to be a bit quicker through the sort of first and second sectors. But McLeod's doing very well in that third sector and really getting that gap up before the main straight there.
Sector 1 yellow. Not sure who that was, but I did just watch the...
It was a Red Bull.
It is Red Bull.
Jinbin, yeah.
Who just teleported backwards. So again, I think there's a bit of a connection issue with Jinbin Chong, who did this last week in Mexico, where he just teleported backwards randomly a couple of times. And you see there, just a little jolt there as well. We spotted the yellow flag on the map, but there was no incident. The only person around was Jinbin Chong, and he has now left the session. He has indeed disconnected with 4 laps to go. This happened at Mexico last week, where he had some connection issues, and it caused him problems. It sent him piling back through the field, and again here, he has disconnected. So that 15-second gap that he had to Veveslao, which became 10 seconds, is now 6 seconds. And he's going to have to reconnect, take over from the AI, and if the last couple of weeks are anything to go by, he will be on negative 66-degree tyres, which I can't imagine will be any good in the wet. So this will be very interesting once Jinbin reconnects. If he doesn't reconnect, the AI only goes around about... Well, the AI is generally about 4 seconds a lap slower than our Tier 2 drivers in the wet at a track like this. So at 4 seconds a lap, Veveslao will get to him. He has rejoined now, though, Jinbin Chong. I've just seen that he has reconnected and has probably taken over the control of this Red Bull. It will be very interesting to see what his grip levels are like through turn 1 here. Very high speed corner. Grip at a premium in the wet. Veveslao grabs 3 seconds. That's going to hurt any chances he had of pinching P1 from Jinbin Chong. And Jinbin will have seen that too. And that'll just give him a little bit of free time now to even... Oh, again, the little teleport backwards from Jinbin. His connection's clearly not stable. He doesn't teleport all over the place, though, like some of our laggier members, though. So it's not necessarily the ping is too high. It just seems like he struggles. He loses some packets every now and then.
Yeah, it seems indicative of sort of a heavy packet loss, which is very unfortunate for him, especially in the lead of the race. You see that gap now, it's down 5 seconds, so he's lost a lot of time from those reconnections. So hopefully in the remaining 3 laps that we have, he can keep a stable connection enough to stay ahead of Veveslao, who I'm sure you, as you said, he's aware of the situation and he's going to maybe push a little bit harder now that he knows that it's on, but he still does have that 3 seconds, so it is going to be a challenge if he wants to get that top podium spot.
Yeah, that 3 seconds that Bevis picked up half a lap ago will just give Jinbin a little bit of added... Oh, that's not Michael Gray again, is it? Surely it isn't. It is. Poor old Michael Gray's having a shocker, and he continues on. Bring it home, Michael Gray. He's got a lot of lap cards coming up behind him here. So he's doing God's work. He's just going to let them all go through. Not going to give them any sort of dramas whatsoever. Top quality stuff from the Bear Among Men, who celebrated his 31st birthday last week. Not the birthday present he was after here in Silverstone, but he carries on. Just 2 laps to go now, Bear. Bring it home.
Yep, only a little bit to go. As we see, I think Momo's dropped off a little bit too during all of that chaos. He's down P10, and Raj has taken P9, and he's currently now challenging the clouds. I'm not sure if Momo had a moment there. Excellent broadcast camera there. It's good when it comes to that point, I suppose. It's just a bit of no cars for a moment.
Yeah, honestly, some tracks are really good for broadcast cameras. This is one of the oldest tracks in the game, and they haven't got it right. So it's just, you never know what you're going to get from week to week.
Part of the Codemaster's fun, but Raj is really pushing McLeod here. So McLeod trying to hold on. He hasn't got long to do it. Can he defend and hang on to P8, which is, it's a pretty decent point margin there between P8 and P9. So he'll want to hold on to it.
Just showing his nose down the inside of Andre here, which meant that Andre wasn't sure whether he could take the apex or not. You saw that he missed the apex, but I think that might have been intentional. Just thinking Raj was going to send it down the inside there. So a good little bit of mental play there from Sandu. Throws Andre off his line a little bit. But he's still got to find a way through, and even if he does, he's got 6 seconds worth of penalties. So I think Andre will be pretty comfortable where he is, knowing that those penalties will be giving that position back at the end.
Yeah, I'd say pulling 6 seconds in the remaining laps. So, but you never know. For some drivers, track position is really important. And he'll push for it just to know he finished in P8. Jinbin seems to be getting that gap under control. It's down to 4.5 seconds. It was down to 3 seconds there for a little bit, but it has increased again. So he's still holding on to that lead. So I think, providing his connection holds up for the remaining 2 laps, we should be okay.
Who's that coming in the pit lane? Is that Michael Gray, the pits? It is. What is he doing? Surely not retiring with 2 laps to go, Michael Gray. Surely not retiring with 2 laps to go. Come on, son. Put on a fresh pair of Inters, get out. He's going with the wets. Oh, I love it. Why not? Absolutely. Oh, is he going to try and pinch the... No, the fastest lap would have been done on dries, so that can't be it. I was going to say maybe he's just going on a fresh set of wets to try and pinch the fastest, but that's definitely not it.
All up in the diffuser there, Raj. Really always...
Oh, he's going to go now. Not quite. There's not going to be any grip around the outside here, but he is all over the back, Andre. In fact, there was a bit of contact there. I don't know if there was contact, but if there was, this is an interesting move up here because he's gone with the under on him. Oh, there's contact there, side by side. Andre McLeod and Raj Sandhu getting a little bit too invested in each other's business there. 2 laps to go, boys. Let's get it home cleanly, but this is great racing, great stuff. Side by side there through ACC Turn 1. And bit of a Hamilton Verstappen moment as they got together there. They managed to keep it going. But Raj with a nice exit out of Maggots and Beckett's. In fact, it was so nice that he had to get off the gas there. He almost ran up the back of Andre McLeod, and that cost him. If he didn't have to get off the gas there, he was easily going to make that move on the hanger, but looks like he just had to get out of Andre's business there and not end both their races. Oh, this is tight. Raj is asking all sorts of questions here of Andre McLeod as they come onto their final lap. Jinbin started his final lap around about 20 seconds ago, so he's looking really strong here. As you said, Mike Crick, to hang on for P1, even without his connection issues. Raj looks like he's going to have a go down the inside here as they come into the loop section. Again, side by side, and I still can't bring you a better camera of it. Andre McLeod here, it looks like he's going to get it done, Raj Sandhu. Nice. That's been coming for a while. And Torterra picks up 3 seconds for his troubles. So if Raj Sandhu can make 3 seconds here on this last lap, he will actually claim P8, but I don't see him picking up 3 seconds. That'd be Andre's making errors here, though. I tell you what, this is not impossible. He's already a second up the road, Raj Sandhu. If he can find 2 seconds in the next half a lap, he will pinch P8 here as Andre McLeod grabs himself 3 seconds. What a massive last lap this is going to need to be from Raj Sandhu. But we're coming around the final corner now with Jin Bin Chong, who has dominated this race basically from the first set of pit stops. He has done God's work here tonight. Done very nice work to pick up the win. Bevis Lau will come across the line second with 3 seconds worth of penalties. Nick Randall also with 3 seconds worth of penalties will hang on to P3. So Jin Bin Chong, Bevis Lau, and Nick Randall are your podium sitters. Let's cut back to Raj Sandhu here and see what sort of pace he's got. He is 1.3 seconds up the road, but I don't think it's going to be enough as they come into the final set of corners. A great effort from Raj Sandhu to try and pick up P8 from Andre McLeod. Nice little battle there towards the end with Andre, but Andre is the eventual victor of that little battle. Momo picks up P8 because he had no bloody penalties. That's how you go about it. So Raj Sandhu drops down to P10, Andre to P9, and Momo claims P8. How about that? Nice little end of that race, Mike Crick.
Yeah, absolutely. That was fantastic racing from both of them. You know, there was, especially in the wet, you know, you don't often see drivers going that hard side by side and, you know, not getting collected by each other. You know, I think there was a little bit of contact there, but nothing too serious. So it was fantastic overtaking and good defense, and yeah, that was a great way to finish the race.
Absolutely, really exciting stuff. Good to see Jeremy and Wenza in here celebrating the end of that race. Thanks for sticking with us for Tier 2. Good luck to you, Jeremy, in Tier 1, which we will bring to you next. Coming up in around about 6 minutes' time, we'll take you into qualifying for Tier 1. Until then, I'd like you all to bid adieu to the great Mike Crick, who has joined us here for Tier 2. Thank you for your services, great sir.
No worries, it's been fun. Yeah, I hope the next race goes well. I'll have to bring it up on the phone and watch and cheer on the rest of the drivers.
We'll cheer on Jin Bin up here on the podium. Not for the first time this season since he joined us about midway. Clearly got the pace, and if he can continue to demonstrate his racecraft, I'll give you the tip, he will be Tier 1 material next season. But just very nicely going about his business here in Tier 2, grabbing the trophy here again tonight. And as I said, joined up there by Bevis Lau and Nick Randall, who also had really high-quality races. Never anything to sneeze at, grabbing a podium at a 100% endurance race. And again, that is the case tonight. Jin Bin also getting the purple lap. So a really strong night for Jin Bin Chong. A 1:30.7. Good enough for the purple lap. And the only driver within the 30s. So clearly got a nice handle on this track. Jin Bin Chong, as I said, Bevis Lau, Nick Randall rounding out the podium. Suma would have to be driver of the day, coming from P14 to finish in P4 with a two-stopper. Ben Curtis, your championship leader in P5, not far behind him. Jesse McLean letting us know there's only 40 points between these two. So the fact that Robert Wenzel has finished in front will close that gap. It gets even closer at the top of Tier 2, as if it needed to be any closer. And then Kenneth Ang, Aaron Heather, Jai Eng, Andre McLeod, and Raj Sandhu rounding out the top 10 here in Tier 2. We're off to Brazil next week for Tier 2, so good luck to the drivers then. But as I said, we will be back in around about 6 minutes when we bring you Tier 1. Don't go far away at all.
so good at pretending. Keep on smiling in my tiny bubble, like a movie without ending. Spending time like it was going backwards. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Repeating patterns like the others. Meditation through the yoga lessons. Going greener by the minute. Soon I can't wear any other colors. Bruises covering my walls, but they fall down. Diving deeper in the books that we read blind. Breathing in and breathing out to get smarter. Not working out for me, yeah. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind. Don't you worry about me. If I keep feeling like I'm missing something, don't you worry about me, yeah. Don't you worry about it. Got no money on my mind, tell my mommy I'm alright. Even laughing at the jokes you tell me. Keep myself inside the lines, neat and tidy all the time. If you ask me, I am fine. Got no money on my mind.
Righto, you lot. Let's get ready. Tier 1's qualifying, just about ready to kick off. And I am most humbly and excited to be joined by the great Eric Scarney. Hello to you, sir.
Jamie, the
What's
pleasure
going
is
on,
all
you
yours. Oh, mate, feeling very good. You know, everyone here, record this moment, for it is the debut of the greatest commentator in Octane Online Racing history. Spam that chat with clapping emojis. The pleasure is all yours.
I wish I could. Hang on. I can't get into chat while I'm here watching the F1s, but I can get on my phone and get into chat. I should do that. I haven't done that most weeks. So I hope you've got chat open, Scarney, because they're usually all right. And I'm sure they're very excited to have you joining us for the first time here in the Legend Series. Yes, I heard you pop in yesterday to the Endurance Series, though. Just got in there and dropped a couple of dimes in the last hour or so. How'd that go for you?
I'd like to think that I broke into the commentary there. It wasn't scheduled whatsoever. I just, I do it the Scani way.
That's exactly what it sounded like, because I was just listening passively at the time. I was like, is that Scani? What's he doing? Someone's let Scani into the booth. How's he done that? That's certainly what it sounded like.
Broke free from me cage, mate.
Very good to have you on board here. Big fan of the F1s?
I keep up with it. Yeah. I like the cars. I think they used to sound better, but they're engineering marvels, that's for sure. And it should be some good racing, I hope.
Let's get on the track, which is the first thing we should do, so we can actually see the cars going around. How about that? Now we've got some vision of the loudest of Howards on his first lap. Jeremy Washington cruising around here. Looks to be one of the first drivers ready to put a board time on.
Here we go in the Alpine livery.
Yeah, nice livery this. You a big fan of this one? The little shade of pink that goes down the side there. I'm a fan. What about yourself?
Yeah, I do have a bit of a soft spot for Alpine myself.
How'd you go on your Lexus yesterday? Yourself and Breeny, isn't it? Well, it was Beans and he's in the Lexus together, you two, wasn't it?
Yeah, Josh and I, the Flexus Mutts. That was a hard fought P30. That one. Had lots of fun.
Good result. Did you avoid all the penalties? Did you get a drive through at any point?
No, we had no penalties.
Nice.
But we had to pit, right, to bring the stint over, or else we would have got a drive through. And he sped into the pits. He was going 78 over the line and smacked into the wall, which was quite an experience to watch.
Who does that? I did exactly that. Absolutely exactly that. Sped in around about 70 kilometers an hour, hit the wall, got ourselves 5 seconds worth of damage. I did exactly that. So I can absolutely understand why Josh did that. It would have been a bit of a funny spot to spectate that one. 27-0 straight off the bat from Dimitri Forrester. Don't worry about that. That is a very quick time. I would have thought we would be getting into the 26s at some point during this qualifying session, but that is a 27 flat straight away from Dimitri Forrester. And you know it's quick because Zekai Chu's come out with a 27-2, our current championship. Well, I want to say leader. He's not. It's Zachary Smith in the lead, but Zekai Chu not very far behind him whatsoever. But the two Zs leading the way as they have done all season long here in Tier 1. So you know that's a quick time from Dimitri Forrester if he's 2/10 clear of Zekai Chu straight off the bat. Great start from Dimitri.
Very nice. Do you reckon we'll see any 26s tonight, perhaps?
I do think so. I think we'd be remiss to say that there won't be any 26s. How many 26s, I think, is the appropriate question. And I'd suggest 4. I'm going to have a stab and say 4. What do you reckon, Scarny?
Oh, I'll go 3. Why not?
3, 4. Anyone out chat there? Low 27s, Diabols was thinking for pole. I reckon you might be a little bit shy. Diabols, very nice result to you too, by the way. You'd be very happy with your performance. And backing up here again, Ben Curtis, currently DNF'd from this qualifying session, as all of our fill-ins are. As you can see, Jai Eng as well, also still in the pit lane. So those two won't be joining us for qualifying, but a very good performance in Tier 2 for the championship leader, Diabols. So he'll be pretty happy with that. Mike Crick reckons 4 as well. 4 drivers sneaking into the 26s.
I reckon Mr. Crick's just trying to suck up to you here, to be honest.
He doesn't need to do that. He is a superior being, so he doesn't need to suck up to me. I should be bowing down to him and his prowess in the photography booth. Goodness me, some of the works that man comes out with. Very high quality stuff. Wish I had that sort of talent behind the camera. Just give me 1 second. We'll see. I'll try my best.
Well, we all know he's a great creative person, but I'm afraid he doesn't have anything on old Scarny's commentating ability when it comes to that.
I'm looking forward to having you for the next hour and a half. I'm going to be putting you through your ringer. Don't worry about that. We'll be testing you out. We'll get some. I'm sure chat will come through with plenty of questions for you too. By the way, chat usually best on ground, especially during Tier 1. The Tier 2 boys jump in here, and the Tier 3 boys as well, usually around about. So they'll come out with some tricky questions for you, a couple of curveballs. We'll find out exactly what sort of stuff you're made out of, for sure.
I'm excited. Very excited.
Tell you what else you should prepare yourself for is the race start, because I did the race start for Tier 2, and I'm going to hand it over to you, OOR's greatest ever commentator, and you can take us through Turn 1, and we'll see what kind of curse ability you've got, whether you can get them through Turn 1 safely, or whether you bring out a safety car almost immediately. That is a good test of whether the OOR commentary team is willing to have you up the top of that. So we'll see how you go at the race start. So prepare yourself for that in about 10 minutes.
Preparing.
Zachary Smith out here at the moment, yet to put a time on the board. As I said before, current championship leader. So he'll be looking for another strong performance tonight. As will his teammate Jaden Chia, who had a cracker last week in Mexico until it wasn't. He was looking really strong at the start of the race and had a really good first stint, but then Jaden unfortunately got it wrong on the safety car restart, spun up the wheels from the lead of the race and put it straight into the pit wall. So not ideal for Jaden Chia last week in Mexico. But his teammate here, Zachary Smith, as I said, leading the championship, points on the board every week, just goes about his business very capably. So coming across the line now, and doesn't post a time. Oh, he does. Apologies. I was a little bit slow on that one. Goes up to P4 with a 27.421. So not too shabby there for a first banker there from Zach Smith.
A very respectable time, if I do say so myself.
What about Mohammed Hafan here, also coming around the final corner to finish his first lap with a 37.0. That's not a blinding time, Scarny.
Oh, that's more like something I'd do out there.
Needs a little bit of improvement, you reckon?
No, actually, he'd probably kick my ass at this game.
Have you ever driven the F1 game?
No, sure haven't. So yeah, I'm getting dropped in the deep end here.
No, absolutely. No, it's an interesting game, to be sure. Definitely one of the better looking games out there. ACC, of course, gives it a good run for its money. Don't worry about that. ACC, very good looking on its day, but F1 2022, also very handsome. But as with ACC, it's a bit meme-worthy in terms of some of the bugs that we get. So just got to put up with those. That's invalid there from Ahmed, but of course he's on his way in on an in-lap. So wasn't looking to improve on that one, even if a 37.0 isn't necessarily flying. Dimitri Forrester currently sitting on provisional pole with a 27.0 straight off the bat. What can he do here on his second lap? Just coming across the sector line now is 0.022 up on his personal left. Zekai Chu is the first to find his way into the 26s with a 26.8. That's a great lap from Zekai. Very
well done,
quick.
Mr. Chu. So, yeah, I just also realised this is the F1 layout with the pit straight being somewhere else. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, absolutely. So ACC's turn 1 is on the other side of the track, and you're right. They use the alternate pit lane here. It is the alternate layout. So turn 1 a little bit wider, a little bit faster than it is in ACC. They are similar radii, the two corners, but this one's a little bit quicker, which makes for an interesting turn 1 where they're going through there too wide. But we're going around Stowe here now with Dimitri, and that is in the final sector. So he'll come through. And let's see whether he's got any improvement in him. He was looking quick. He does improve. It is a 10th quicker, and he does make his way into the 26s. But it isn't quick enough to pinch P1 back from Zekai Chu. So he's got his work cut out for him, Dimitri Forrester, on his last run. Good to see Mitch Weatherburn out here too, by the way. The great man moving to Japan in the next couple of weeks. So
Is he?
He is, yeah. Very lucky boy. heading over there to climb the mountains and get in the snow and hang out with the girls over there. I can't remember what Jacob said he was going to do. Of course, Jacob not with us tonight. He's got his family business, but he was telling us the story behind Mitch Weatherburn's move to Japan. Of course, the two brothers, Mitch Weatherburn and Jacob Weatherburn, used to race together here in Tier 1, actually. But Jacob deciding to not participate in the series and commit his time and efforts to the commentary booth. So just has watched his brother go about his business for most of this season, and Mitch hasn't been in the chair for the last 2 weeks as he prepares for his move. So good to see him here tonight for what could be his final race. Jacob would have more information on that than I do, but I think Mitch's move to Japan is imminent, so this might be his final race, at least in this series. I'm not sure whether he's going. I don't think he's going to Japan permanently. I think it might be a 6 to 12 month type move, so he might move back here and get back in the saddle over the next year or so. But this might be his last race of the season for Mitch Weatherburn, so best luck to him.
Are you really a sim racer if you can't take your rig overseas, JC? Well, what do you think?
Look, personally, I'd be buying one as soon as I got over there. I don't know whether I'd be packing it up and moving this one. I'd just buy a new one. But, I mean, obviously not everyone's in the financial position to do that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'd definitely have to have one over there, for sure. I'd be purchasing one when I moved.
Yeah, wheel and pedals maybe, but I don't have enough space for one of those big aluminium steel ones.
What sort of rig are you running at the moment? Have you got a rig, or are you just attached to a table kind of setup?
Good old IKEA table, Bathurst chair with locking wheels, you know, the true slow am setup.
Yes. I've got a Bathurst chair too, actually. Not too shabby. I don't use it to sim res, but I'm sitting on one right now. The old Office Works Bathurst chair. Very good little setup.
They are a good choice, I will say that. As we see Alex Bone here, were they commentating earlier today?
Alexis usually joins us for Tier 3's commentary, but we decided not to stream Tier 3 this evening, just to give everyone a little bit of a rest. Of course, all the commentators and everyone behind the scenes is, of course, need a little bit of a rest after yesterday. So we streamed the last half of Tier 3 just because it was raining and it was a little bit spicy. But yeah, Alexis usually joins us for Tier 3, but didn't this evening because we didn't stream it. But she was in the MRT 600 car yesterday that finished in P6, I don't know, they had a really good result up there inside the top 10. And yeah, as I said, usually commentates with us in Tier 3, so we'll see how she goes about her business tonight. But it'll be a huge effort for Alex. In fact, there's a lot of drivers out there who participated in the 6 hours yesterday. Alex, one of those. Jared Ellis, another one of those. And so, yeah, it'll be a big effort to back that up. So we'll see how she goes.
Old Diabol's talking about using a glass desk with, hopefully, that wasn't on a very, very powerful wheel, because I'd be defecating myself every time I drive.
On the old glass desk, yeah, you wouldn't want the force feedback to be too strong on that one. Put a hole in your glass table real quick, smart. 2.5 minutes to go here, and we still only have the two drivers to have performed the 26. Alex Bowen, I believe, is pretty capable of a really hot time. So that 27.9, probably not as quick as she can go. So I am interested to see what sort of lap she can produce here. She is a 10th up on her personal best, so 27.8, not going to find too many spots on that table. It is very close and compacted in the 27s there, but a 1/10 improvement probably not going to be enough to pinch anywhere more than one spot. We'll just see how she goes here through the last sector. Has looked pretty tidy, using all of the curbs and the exits, and got the power down nicely there. Managed to find another 10th, and slots herself in behind her Alpine teammate Jeremy Washington with a 27.7. So not too shabby for Alex Bowen, but I just have a sneaking suspicion that she would be more than capable of pulling out a 26 on her day. But of course, as we said, backing up from 6 hours of Silverstone yesterday, probably hasn't had the time to do a great deal of practice for this particular event, so won't be too displeased with a 27.7. And of course, a 100% endurance race, plenty of time for race pace to come out and show us what she's capable of.
Very, very competitive field here. It would be very hard to pick a winner. I wouldn't want to be a betting man.
Well, now I'm going to make you pick a winner.
Oh! With zero knowledge.
Absolutely
Let's
zero
see.
knowledge of any of these drivers or the cars or anything to do with the series. You've just got to absolutely pick a name out of the hat here.
I'm going with good old Caleb van der Eyden, P1 son.
Nice. Good little shout that. Caleb van der Eyden is Mr. Consistent in this series. One of very few drivers to have put points on the board at every single race. Currently sitting P4 in the championship. So,
Driving in the McLaren livery tonight.
who's that? Caleb van der Eyden? Yeah, he's in a McLaren, as he is each week. So I'm not sure what livery they have on. They've got a couple of different ones. We just watched Zachary Smith come across and improve to a 27.020. Unable to sneak into the 26s, but a very good improvement nonetheless. Puts him into P3. We'll jump on board with Caleb van der Eyden now, who has invalidated this lap. You can see by the red track map that this will not count. He has cut the track somewhere, but he has got 100% of his battery left as well, so it could just be on his outlap. But the McLaren livery has got the rainbow chrome on it. It's got the OX on the back. I believe it's different to the one they had. They've got a different livery every bloody week, these McLarens. Coming to the pit lane, Caleb van der Eyden. Of course, the timer has ticked down to 0, so he wasn't able to come across and start a new lap. Speaking of new laps, Zekai Chu's posted a new fastest time of a 26.819. That's not a massive improvement, but it is enough to consolidate his position up there in P1. He'll be very happy with that, will the Chu man.
Choo-choo, as they say. Very nicely done, my friend.
Choo-choo indeed. Is there anyone out there who can challenge him? Zachary Smith won't be challenging him. He's completed his laps. Dimitri Forrester, I think, is the only one who has any chance of pinching it from him. We jumped on board with him as he exited Maggots and Beckett's. I didn't see the sector time, so this is a surprise to all of us as he comes across the line. What's he got in him? Not enough. It is not an improvement. He is a 10th shy of his personal best, so he stays P2. And everyone else with the checkered flag or the pit symbol next to the name means this qualifying session is in the books. What is going on with Jared Ellis, by the way? Someone tell me, is he serving a qualifying ban or what's the deal there? The great man did not post a lap that entire session, but didn't retire from the session, which is what you generally see someone with a qualifying ban do. So he's usually in chats, Avids. Avids, where are you? Are you about? Tell me what's happened. Why are you P16? Why are you starting from the back? Why didn't you get a lap in? I'm sure someone will find that out, but it is Zekai Chu who will start from pole. Not for the first time this season. In fact, he's got a pretty bloody handful of pole positions in the bag, does the Zekai Chu man. So another one to add to that tally. Dimitri Forrester, P2 on the front row. Mitch Weatherburn, very nice performance to slot himself up there with the very best of them. Not to say that Mitch Weatherburn is slow, but he's not quite been on the level of Zekai Chu and Zachary Smith this season. So he's popped himself in front of Zach Smith there, which is a good little lap. Zach Smith, good enough for P4. Kyle Jackson, Jeremy Washington, Daniel Lambert, Caleb van der Eyden, Nathan Monks, and Alexis Bowen are your top 10. No more than a second all the way down to P12, as it so often is here in Tier 1. Very stacked and close inside that top 10. And then, of course, Ben Curtis and Momo doing really good stuff to back up from Tier 2. Can't imagine doing a 100% endurance event. How about 2 of them? And for Ben Curtis, how about 2 of them at your least favourite track? He absolutely despises Silverstone, Scarney. So the fact that he's doing 2 100% races, that's a huge effort.
Is that why he didn't even bother in quali either? He wants as little as possible of Silverstone.
No, he's not allowed to do qualifying because he's filling in from Tier 2. So those Tier 2 boys, they step in, they choose their setup, which is locked between qualifying and race, and then they retire immediately. So they're not allowed to qualify. But I think you're right. If he was given the choice, he probably wouldn't have anyway.
I see. I'd also like to point out, I said 326s, and what happened?
Nice. Tell you what, that's well played by you. Very nice to step on here with the Nostradamus shoes and go bang straight away. Not many do that, so very good start
All
from you.
according to plan.
But I did say I want you to get your cooling hat on because I'm going to get you to take us through turn 1. So that'll be interesting. Let's see what sort of predictions you can come up. Hey, Here's a prediction for you. Are we going to see a safety car on lap 1?
We're going to see it at lap 1, but not because of turn 1. I think it's going to be, a little bit later in the lap, possibly.
Right.
This is a bold call, but that's what I'm going with.
I like it. Okay, so we are definitely going to see a safety car on lap 1, and you are definitely going to commentate it. So that would therefore mean that just like every single other OOR commentator in existence, you are going to curse us through the first lap and get us a safety car.
Cannot wait.
I can't wait either. We're not far away now. Jared, love you, mate. Good luck to you tonight. Still haven't an answer as to why you're starting from the back of the field. I don't know. You got 20 seconds left until you jump on the grid if you can spit that out. But I thought it was interesting that you didn't post a qualifying lap. But just 15 seconds ago now until we have Crofty talk us through the formation lap. We've got Crofty back by the way tonight, just for one round. I don't generally like having Crofty on for us, but because we're in Silverstone, I thought it was fitting that Crofty came back out tonight, so we'll let him talk us through the formation lap. Here comes Crofty.
Here we go then. The formation lap gets underway and the excitement here is building as we near ever closer to the start of the race. Which team will come out on top? Who's got their strategies right for today's race? Well, we'll soon find out.
Yep, thanks, Crofty. Thanks for that. So no soft tyres is the first thing that I've spotted. We had a whole heap of soft tyres in Tier 2, and that was with rain at the end as well. So the fact that we're seeing no softs here, that sort of leads me to believe that we might see a bit of rain here as well. Not sure if there's any weather reports out there in Chatland. A little bit of insider information is Zekai Chu and Dimitri Forrester pull up to their grid boxes now. Everyone finishing the formation lap. And soon we'll get ready to see the 5 red lights. And Eric Scarney, ladies and gentlemen, on debut, will take you down into turn 1. Good luck to Tier 1 tonight, and good luck to you, Eric Scarney. Have fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 16 cars, 16 hungry drivers ready to prove themselves in the highest of Octane Online Racing's F1. And we're away. We've got some absolute people standing still on the start.
Oh my God.
Oh, there's already death before turn 1. Oh, there parts everywhere. That's a whole lot of carbon fiber parts.
What? You are welcome in the commentary booth at any point, whenever you like. Instant safety car. Did not even make it to turn 1. 2 DNFs and a safety car. Eric Scarney, ladies and gentlemen. Goodness gracious.
You're very welcome, everybody.
What?
My prediction was incorrect, but I don't care anymore. I don't care.
Unbelievable. So you called it right. Straight off the start, you can see a lot of cars got bogged down and some looked like they weren't moving at all. And Zekai Chu was one of those. I noticed he, in his Mercedes, just did not get going. And he's down here in P8 after starting on pole. So he's lost 7 positions in the very first corner before the safety car was even called. Ben Curtis has left the session. What's happened there? He's still on track. Not sure if that's a disconnect or not. It's not a DNF. Daniel Lambert has also DNF'd mid-safety car. So I'm not sure what's happened to Daniel. That is an AI-driven Jaden Chia, I reckon. This is going to be a lobby restart for sure. Everyone is now leaving this session. Jeremy Washington's left. Caleb Van Der Reyden has left. Yeah, this is a lobby restart.
There's a lot of rage quits going on right now.
No, we don't rage quit up here in Tier 1. They're all very level-headed characters. But as I said, Codemasters has a tendency to throw up some bugs every now and then. And I would assume that is what has happened. They've said that someone has had a bug on the grid and they didn't get off the line properly, which is why a couple of cars are just having a bit of fun out here now, DNFing themselves in the most adventurous way possible. And we will jump into a brand spanking new lobby and have another crack at it.
That is a big shame because my man Caleb Van Der Reyden was looking very good after that.
Well, there you go. Cursed commentary at its best. Didn't even make it to turn 1. And it's not like it's a long run down to turn 1 either. She's only a short, sharp burst before you turn in to the apex. So, yeah, quality cursing from you, Eric Scarney. Welcome to the booth. Let us put some tunes on because we've only got sort of 3 or 4 minutes. Of course, it won't take us long to get this lobby restarted. Yeah, pretty sharp there. And we won't have to go through qualifying again. They'll just reset the grid. But Wonder who this is coming out to accept the false try. I think it's Zachary Smith who had a really good start off the line, so we'll pay it to him.
What an unbelievable race this man had. Well done. Well deserved.
That's it. Put the points in the book. Thanks for joining us, everyone. See you next week.
Good night.
Zachary Smith, very happy with his work. Aston Martin will take that as well. They don't need any more points. They're currently leading the Constructors' Championship, so they don't need any additional help. But they'll take it where they can get it. Top tier Scani curse. Yeah, absolutely.
The Scani Prix T1 curse. How about that?
Absolute insanity. All right. Let's put some tunes on. Bang away. We are nearing 9 o'clock now, and we've still got 100% endurance to go. So if your Sunday evening wasn't already stacked up, now we're going to take you all the way through to bedtime. Let's go and find this second lobby. Oh dear. That one there, that one there. Won't be too far away. As I said, they'll just reset the grid. We're not going through qualifying again. It won't be very long at all before we duck back in and get this underway again. And of course, a nice clean lobby restart generally means that we avoid bugs for the rest of the evening, which is always good news. Hello to you, Wenza. Good to see you in chat again, mate. Every single week, Wenza pops in and says hello. And as you can see there, a couple of the Tier 2 boys just popping in and saying hello to Tier 1 as well. Joe Williams, Ethan, hello to you. Great little performance for you tonight, Joe Williams, in the Red Bull. Be pretty happy with your work. And, of course, Keelan Dryberg having a good result as well. So, good night for the Red Bull boys in Tier 2. Oh boy, oh boy. Now, does anyone have an idea on what the weather is going to be? Because now they're going to program that in. We don't do random weather when we restart the lobby. We make sure it's exactly the same weather that we were going to have in the last race, which means now we get to actually find out if someone wants to let us know what the weather's going to be. Jeremy, I think, is just leaving a little subtle hint there, but I can't quite work out what that is. Scarny, your thoughts on Loudest Howard's little emoji there? It looks like a sun poking its way behind the clouds, so I don't know. Should just be dry. Okay. Thank Christ.
Yeah. I know just about as much as you do, and that's 2/5 of stuff all.
I'm always happy to see rain, but it is, as I said, now nearing 9 o'clock. We don't want the rain. We'll be going to bloody midnight, so I'm glad to see some dry running for these Tier 1 boys, and that'll be good for Scarny too, who's making his debut. He gets to see these Tier 1 boys go side by side and battle away, which generally doesn't happen in the wet, as everyone just turns into a bit of a survival mode. And although they bucked that trend in Tier 2, they were survival mode when it was in the dry. And then when the rain came out, they put the inters on, they started doing battle.
Oh, Bender always does love a bit of rainy. That's for sure, but I don't know if we'll see it tonight.
Yeah, he missed out. He usually commentates Tier 2 as well, so he would have been very upset to have missed the night. Of course, wishing him a speedy recovery. He's come down with a very slight illness today, which has held him back from participating in the race in Tier 3 and then commentating with us in Tier 2. Always a pleasure having Bender in the box for Tier 2, and he would have loved the rain. You're spot on.
A dreaded man flu. Can you believe it?
I absolutely can believe it, because it's real. We feel sickness stronger and heavier than women do, I reckon. What do you reckon, darling? Oh, Jesus. God, I'm glad. Oh, dear. She's laid up over there sick at the moment, so trying to give her a bit of extra breathing room as well.
You are a brave man.
Not long to go now. Oh, she's a bright, beautiful blue day here in Britain at the moment, which I don't think would be a common picture in real life. Certainly was very moist there last night as the EPL kicked off. Most matches played in the drizzle.
But can they do it on a rainy night in Stoke?
Spot on. Great call. Follow the EPLs, can you?
No.
No.
No,
Pretty
0.
avid-
Sorry, mate.
Pretty avid follower. So how do you know that saying then? That's an EPL saying. How did you pick that one up?
Oh, you just hear things through the tube, you know. You know?
Fair enough. Just in amongst the pop culture, mandatory tea and biscuit stop. Spot on from you, Nick Rendell. I would love a cup of tea right now. Speaking of brave, what do you reckon? I try and kick the missus out of bed so you go make me a cup of tea. What do you reckon, darling? No, she's already asleep. Leave her alone. All right, formation
This
lap.
man has a death wish.
Formation lap underway. Crofty giving us another run through here. Everyone will be on the same tyres, on the same setup. She's going to be the same show. So we'll get another crack at it here. And as much as I love carnage and chaos, we've had enough of that tonight. I hope Scani calls them through cleanly this time. Let's get this race underway. Let's avoid all safety cars. Let's see it go clean. So again, it will be Zikai Chu leading us away here on medium tyres. And Dimitri Forrester lining up there next to him with Mitch Weatherburn and Zachary Smith on the second row.
Let's see if we can get a bit cleaner of a start this time. Already had one delay. The fans are restless.
It's up to you, Scani. I don't know what sort of magic you got to pull out, but let's get them through cleanly.
Here we go. The finest magic of all. Motorsport magic. We are here again. Still 16 drivers, which is good to see. Much better start. We've got a lot of movement going on here. Big wide lines from the drivers. They're not dying this time, which is big ups, big ups. Caleb van der Eyden's already up. My man. Well done, son. Here we go. Too wide into that corner there. Oh, a bit sideways from that Aston Martin. He's having a great time there, isn't he?
Jaden Chia, yeah, got a little bit sideways coming out of the first sector there. And it looks like Momo, unfortunately, has become a foul at the same spot. He's also not got the traction down there, so he's fallen off the back of the field. But a good start, as you said, Scani, from everyone. Zikai Chu got off the line really well.
I'd also like to say this is a lot harder than it looks.
What's that, the commentary? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Absolutely, mate,
Especially for a man like myself, a casual observer of Formula One.
Absolutely. It gets easier as you go, but you've done pretty well here, for sure, calling the action as it played out. The first
No
one
cursing
was...
so far this time.
The first one was especially good. Wenz is ready with the safety car emojis. Put them away, mate. We just want this to go cleanly, as I'm sure all the Tier 1 drivers do as well. And as you can see, everyone here just filing in a single file and waiting for the DRS to open, which will occur on lap 3. 2 DRS zones here at Silverstone.
Thank you. I can add that to my notes. Lap 3, DRS.
So, lap 1 in the books. Zikai Chu comes across and leads the way as he did from pole. Dimitri Forrester will be very happily tucking in behind him. Zach Smith has gone past Mitch Weatherburn on the first lap, and Jeremy Washington, I think, has had a pretty good start. No, just the one spot. Okay, he's had a good qualifying, then started P6 and is up into P5. Jaden Chia is the driver who has had one of the best starts. Jared Ellis is up 5. Nice work to Avids. That's, well, I'm not going to say a word about Jared Ellis because every time I do I curse him, so we won't do that. Jaden Chia was the car that we saw had a little bit of a whoopsie in the first sector. Scani pointed it out, but it looks like he's recovered it nicely since then and is now sitting pretty in P8.
Probably just a bit of showing off, eh?
Probably just a bit of a waggle, yeah, a bit of a drift around just for fun, you reckon? Not bad, just maybe just a way to warm up the tyres.
Advanced strategies are beyond me.
Mitch Weatherburn just dropping off the pack a little bit and has created a nice little train behind him. You see he's leading around 7 or 8 cars there on lap 2 through Maggots and Beckett's. Of course, he is starting on the hard tyre and is the only driver inside the top 10 to have started on the hard tyre. So he will, of course, be slightly slower than the rest of the field, but he'll be just hoping to keep these cars at bay for as long as possible.
Well, I presume the hard tyres last a little longer?
Yeah, correct. The hard tyre will extend to round about lap 35, maybe lap 40, if indeed they want to push it that far. Whereas the medium tyre are probably only capable of around about 25 laps, and then the soft tyre only good for 10. But the pace, of course, of the soft tyre much faster than the mediums, and then the mediums faster than the hards as well. So trade-offs in terms of pace and wear. So Mitch looking to go long here. He knows it'll be a little bit slower for the first half of this race, but when all these medium cars pit and go on to the hard tyre, he will have the choice of pitting earlier and going to the medium, or he can extend these hards out as long as he possibly can and maybe sneak onto the soft tyre for the last 10 laps, and he will be really dangerous if he can manage that, because when he has low fuel and on the soft tyres, that's when you are at your quickest. So that's potentially the strategy he's going for. He wants to go long and then have a really strong last stint. So he'll be looking to hold up these cars as long as possible. But they've all got DRS now. You can see that the flaps are open, and Jeremy Washington just poking his nose in Mitch's business here as he hangs it around the outside of Stowe. Not enough room there to complete the move. Now Jeremy under pressure from Kyle Jackson as well. So he's got to be careful.
Mitch is no stranger to competition here. He will put up a fight. He won't let people by for free, that's for sure.
Nice little catch there from Kyle Jackson as well. A couple of drivers just struggling for traction a little bit on these opening laps. Jared has picked up some damage and is blaming comms for the curse.
Oh, good. I hope he gets more now.
Come on, Jared. I tried my best. I said his name. That's all I did. I didn't even flick the camera to him.
Hey, you can wish him all the best, but I hope he gets more damage.
That's the reverse curse we want to hear. Oh, dear. Daniel Lambert just having a little geese in the mirrors of Kyle Jackson here. Nothing doing. Nathan Monks is in the pit lane, Wenzer. Well, what do you think about that? I'm not sure what the deal is there, whether he picked up some damage on the first couple of laps and said enough is enough. I can't carry this around, so he's dived into the pit lane and put the hard tyres on. The hard tyres are capable of going a long way, but I don't think they're going to do 48 laps, so he'll probably have to pit again, which is unfortunate for him. Mohammed Afan is... where is he? He's coming out of the ACC pit lane there, so that's not ideal. I don't know whether he's spun it up there around ACC turn 1. If he has, he'll be struggling for traction through here, because these tyres, once they get hot, they're in a world of pain. But he looked like he got there through there pretty cleanly, so that's fine. Play on, how you do. Jared Ellis has had enough of whatever damage he's carrying. He's coming into the pit lane as well. And gets 5 seconds for speeding in the pit lane as I put the camera on him. So that could potentially be a little camera curse. I'm sure he will.
Jamie Strat.
I'm sure he will take... yeah, it is the Jamie Strat speeding in the pit lane at Silverstone. Unfortunate for Jared. That's going to hurt his chances. Stop saying his name. Sorry, Heath. Sorry.
Who, Jared?
The Haas driver. Oh dear. Jeremy back here has finally got this move done on Mitch Weatherburn. Mitch has done very nicely to make this Williams nice and wide for the first couple of laps, but Jeremy is the first to crack open that egg and sneak his way through. So up in a P4 for Jeremy Washington, now with a chance to close the gap to Dimitri Forrester in P3. Mitch now under pressure from Kyle Jackson, who will close the gap here in Maggots and Beckett's and then get the DRS open as they come out. But crucially now, Mitch Weatherburn will also have DRS, so he won't be as easy to catch as he has been on the previous laps. Mitch having a little look there down the inside of Jeremy Washington, but not with enough pace to get it done. And I think Kyle Jackson was just spectating Weatherburn and Washington more than he was concentrating his driving, because he missed the apex at Stowe by a country mile. So didn't cost him too much, Kyle Jackson, and he has closed the gap now to Mitch Weatherburn. This train really strong here from Jeremy Washington all the way down to Daniel Lambert. There are cars in each other's business.
Zekai Chu out in front by a country mile. He's having a lovely Sunday drive.
He is for now, but Zachary Smith crucially in P2 now with a chance to chase him down and not necessarily under a whole heap of pressure from Dimitri Forrester. He is here in his mirrors, but he's just about to drop out this 1 second gap of DRS. So if I was Zekai Chu, I'd be happy up here, 2 seconds clear of Zachary Smith, but this man is an absolute threat behind the wheel of an F1 car. Never mind a GT3 car. He's an OOR F1 Legend Series Tier 1 champion, multiple Tier 1 champion, I believe. So he will be looking to bite into that gap to Zekai Chu. Dimitri has crucially stayed within DRS, so he's just enjoying a little burst of 15 extra kilometres an hour down the hanger straight there, and stays within touching distance of Zachary Smith. But no, you're spot on. Zekai's had a nice little opening, so he's just enjoying himself out here.
Apparently we must mispronounce every name so that we do not curse them.
Mispronounce names to avoid curses. I might do that for the last round of the season, just as a bit of a throwaway. How about that? I'll come up with some alternate names. It's just easy to go Ki Zai Ku. No, that's bad. What about Zachary Smith and Mitri Dorister? Nah, so these are bad, right? This is why you got to give me a bit of time, right? Give me some
Zachary Smythe doing very well in second place.
Oh dear. Well, Erad Jealous. Oh, Erad Jealous. That's not bad, right? That's what we're going to go with. That's how we avoid the curse for the hash driver. Erad Jealous.
Erad Jealous.
Good little name, that, actually. So who are the movers and shakers here after the first 7 laps? We've got Zachary Smith, of course. We've already discussed up a couple. Jeremy Washington's done nicely off the start as well. He's up 2. Jaden Cheer and Ben Curtis, the biggest winners after the start, have both jumped up 4 spots. But Jaden Cheer has got Daniel Lambert in his mirrors, as he has had for the last couple of laps. So not under zero pressure, but this train has been tooting along now for 7 or 8 laps. So they're just tucking into a bit of race pace here, not necessarily putting each other under a whole heap of pressure.
Yeah, getting into the rhythm, you know, preparing for the ultimate dive bomb to be seen by all of the viewers here today, I'm sure.
That's it. Spot on. Looks like Momo coming out of Stowe has had another little error, so probably just feeling the wear at the moment is Jaya Ing. He's just completed a 100% race in Tier 2 and is one of the drivers, along with Ben Curtis, coming up and doing it again here. So he might be just feeling the fatigue a little bit at this point, but hats off to himself and Ben for popping up here and filling the grid.
Time penalty for Alex Bone. Would that be anything to do with track limits?
Indeed it is. The first one of the evening. We'll see plenty of them. Tier 3 only had 2 drivers go the entire race without any penalty, and I think Tier 2 only had 3 or 4. So they're definitely incoming, but that is really early to pick up 3 seconds from Alexis, so she'll have to be a little careful now for the rest of the race. You don't want to start stacking those up because they can be really costly, especially if there is a late safety car that punches up the field. It can send you from the top of the field right to the bottom if the field's bunched up.
So rather than a 4-strike system, as you would see in ACC, or as we see a battle here between
this is Daniel Lambert.
Jaden Shea, Caleb van der Reyden?
No, Jaden Shea and Daniel Lambert here, side by side.
Daniel Lambert.
Jaden Chia managing to hang on to P7 there, but coming under fire from Daniel Lambert. Well spotted by Yuskani.
These two looking to have an intimate race together. By the looks of it, they can't seem to separate themselves.
It's been a really good start from Jaden Chia, but Daniel Lambert will be just starting to bite into his pace at the moment. He's very capable, Daniel Lambert. Very strong last season. Missed out on the first half of this season, unfortunately, but since rejoining in the latter half of this season. Has had a really couple of strong performances and a little bit of a jank there. I'm not sure whether that was a little lag or whatnot from Daniel, but all seems to be fine on his end as he carries on. We just watched Jaden Shear go wide there in front of us, and he grabs himself his first 3 seconds.
Ouch.
Of the evening. So, as I said, there'll be a fairly significant percentage of the field who grabs at least 3 seconds.
These truck as he activated DRS, and he's got a lot of a good run there on Jaden Shear, makes the move stick. Can Jaden Shear bring it back as he gets in the draft of Daniel Lambert? Lambert defending well there. It looks like he's made the move stick. Well done there. Well done there by Lambert as he makes a position up.
Yeah, nice one. Down the hanger straight using the DRS. You can see the importance of staying within DRS. As soon as Jaden Shear dropped more than a second behind Kyle Jackson, he lost DRS. And that invited Daniel Lambert to use that advantage and made that move look nice and easy down the hanger straight. Jaden Shear getting all sorts of crossed up there, managing to catch it coming out of the loop.
He knows he's on camera.
But yeah, nice move from Daniel Lambert. Sees him move up into P7, and Jaden Shear has to slot back into P8 for now. Just coming up to the point where we may see... Oh, no, we won't. We've got no soft tyres. Never mind that. I was going to say we might see a couple of pit stops soon, but with only mediums and hards on the track, we're probably still another 10 to 15 laps away from seeing the mediums come in.
On average, we're looking at about a 2-stop strategy here, JC.
I think most of them will be trying to go for a 1-stop, but there have been plenty of 2-stops tonight. But both of those races had rain in them as well, so if there's no rain here, I think the 1-stop would be ideal, but they're both... You're asking both sets of tyres to stretch. 2 stops I don't think is necessarily quicker, but if we get a safety car, you'll see plenty of 2 stops. Don't worry about that. It's all about whether, of course, we get the safety car and the weather. If we don't get a safety car and weather, I think the 1-stop would be the ideal strategy.
It's all about how far you can trust your car, your choices, and what's ahead of you.
Speaking of what's ahead of you...
A yellow in Sector 3.
Oh, it's not Momo again, is it? It is, and it is at the same spot, coming out of Stowe there. So, not the first time in the last couple of laps Momo's got it wrong out of there, and unfortunately, again, coming unstuck.
As it turns out, treating your tyres well is quite handy in a long race such as this.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in this game, to give you the tip, these tyres are nothing like ACC tyres. Once you spin them up, they overheat, and once they're overheated, they are almost impossible to drive, at least for the first lap, until you've cooled them down again. And they lose a lot of life in spins. The soft tyres especially, is once you've spun a soft tyre, you're almost straight into the pit lane. You just don't want anything to do with them anymore. The medium tyres and the hard tyres are a little bit more durable.
Just wanted to clarify about the track limits. Is it sort of like an accumulative thing? Where there's no 4 strikes like in ACC, but if you do it and it accumulates, you just get more and more? Is that correct?
3 strikes as opposed to the 4 strikes in ACC. As Jaden Shear grabs 5 seconds for speeding the pit lane as well. Not the first in Tier 1. Oh dear. That's
Perhaps not the last.
Looks like a common theme here in Tier 1 as they push the limits of what is illegal and is not illegal. But yeah, as I said, it is 3 strikes and then you get 3 seconds, as opposed to ACC where it is 4 strikes and you get your drive through. So 3 strikes and you will get 3 seconds worth of penalties, and then you get your strikes reset. So it'll be 6 strikes before you get up to 6 seconds worth of penalties, and then 9 strikes before you get up to 9 seconds worth of penalties. It is 3 seconds for a track cut penalty and 5 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. So that's why you see Jaden Shear there sitting on 8 seconds. He's got himself 3 seconds for track cutting and 5 seconds for speeding in the pits. But yeah, it's almost like the shackles come off a little bit once you get that first 3 seconds, and you know that your count has been reset. So the next 2, you don't get any penalty for, and it sort of just lets you experiment with the limits a little bit again. But it is as nerve-wracking as it is in ACC, sitting on that final warning. And of course, they've got 1 less here. But it's not anywhere near as costly either, obviously, as it is in the ACC with a drive-through. Drive-through, much more of a harsh penalty than a 3-second time penalty. So recapping from the start, Zekai Chu now 2.7 seconds up the road. Scarney said he was just having a nice old Sunday drive, and he has extended that gap by about 6/10. So Zekai looking in control here, but he has done this a couple of times. To take you back to Singapore, where he was absolutely dominating that race. And then a late safety car absolutely threw a spanner in his works, and he got the safety car restart wrong, and he put it into the pit wall. So we said Jaden Chi did that last week. Zekai Chu did that at Singapore as well. Cost him that race. So hopefully Zekai has shaken off those dirty memories and is able to consolidate his position here. He's looking really strong. Zachary Smith with good pace is staying in touch with Zekai Chu, but is sort of dropping off a little bit, maybe a 10th or so per lap. And Dimitri Forrester and Jeremy Washington and Mitch Weatherburn all in the same boat, really. They're all just sort of dropping around about a 10th per lap to each other as they sit in 3rd, 4th and 5th. And then it's Kyle Jackson who's trying to track down Mitch Weatherburn. Both these drivers on 12-lap-old tyres, one on hards, one on mediums. And Kyle on the superior tyre, but those mediums, once they cross around about that 20-lap mark, will start to feel really poor. So he'll want to move on Mitch Weatherburn soon if he can. What's going on back here? These two are having a ding-dong with each other. This is Mohammed Khan and Daniel Wong. Danny's been overtaken there by Mohammed around Stowe, I reckon, and wasn't able to get that back. So Mohammed, nice little move. Moves his way up to a nice little P9. Grid Jokes here. Go and follow his Instagram, by the way, if you haven't already. Grid Jokes posts some excellent quality F1 memes. And races in the F1 series now on the wheel. I think he started on the wheel last week, so this would be his 2nd OOR competitive race on the wheel after jumping off of the pad or the controller or whatever it is you want to name that.
Should be settling in quite nicely with the new tech.
Yeah, he's got nice smooth inputs, that's for sure. He's not shaking the wheel around, and that's what you want. You want those nice smooth inputs. That's what translates into good race pace. And I know he'll learn the limits of what his hardware is capable of, and he will get quicker as this season closes out. So looking forward to seeing him come back into Tier 1 next season. What he can do with a full season of the wheel under his belt. He's had a pretty good season on the pad. 6 top 10s. Currently sitting around about P13. So, not too shabby from Grid Jokes. You ever played a racing game on a pad, Scarny? I can't imagine it, just quietly.
A long time ago. Probably on the old Xboxes and all that. Way before I got suckered into the sim racing, the hundreds of hours of serious, more or less serious sim racing. I'm still trying to get my friends into it. One of my friends, I keep asking him, have you got your controller set up? Maybe let's go and do some laps. Nah, sorry mate, don't have it.
Yeah, it's always tough getting the friends involved, but once they do and you get them hooked, it's really nice battling with your friends. So hopefully that comes to fruition for you. If you ever need someone to go and give him a hoy and give him a third-party perspective, I'll happily drop him a line and let him know how good sim racing is. Don't worry about that.
Oh, don't worry. I've already warned you. I've already warned him of you. I said, stay away from Mr. Conboy. Just be very careful around this man.
Has he got himself a strong YouTube following as well, or is that just you? What are you up to? Something like 20-something thousand followers now, whatever it is you're doing.
Yeah, but it's all about view retention. You know, I'd say on each of these streams, you would have a lot more viewers on Octane Online Racing. That is the part that counts. Your community is by far more tightly knit than mine. That is for sure. Well, this community.
I was going to say, it's not our community, mate. It's your community too. Don't worry about that.
Our community, everyone's community. It's a beautiful place. I love it here.
Absolutely. We're very blessed to have. Wenzer especially drops in here for Tier 1 every single week, so get used to his name. But there's
Mr. Wenzer.
Plenty of common names that pop in here every week. Peach pops in here for Tier 3 most weeks. He's good value as well, and he gets his dad jokes out and absolutely lights up chat. And then, of course, everyone else gets around it as well. So he's very good value. Alex Imey drops in here as well. ACC's #1 race director and head of stewarding pops in here. If he's not commentating, he also brings his puns into chat. So, no, he's spot on. It's good to have the same names in here every week, and they've got their favourite drivers that they support.
Oh, for sure. And who's in here at the moment? Please pipe up. We'd love to talk to you. Love to see what your thoughts on the race are. As I think we're coming up to probably the first set of pit stops almost for our top runners.
We shouldn't be far away. Yeah, I think those mediums around about 22, 23 laps will be when they want to jump off. But you never want to be the first to bite that bullet either. Zekai, I think, will be waiting to see what the rest of the field behind him does. He'd also be liking to pull an extra little 10th or 2 from Zachary Smith, but Zachary, annoyingly, just staying within that 3-second gap of him, so Zachary managing that beautifully, as he so often does.
A lot of drivers settling in here. Not too many battles going on. We haven't seen too many overtake attempts in a while. Everyone just trying to. Oh, as we see a bit of a curse there. Someone spun off Alexis Bowen. They won't like me for that one very much.
I think she'd already spun by the time we got to her, unfortunately. She's another victim of the outside of Stowe there, and I don't know if she's struggling with something else here, though. She's taking a fair while to get going again. Not like her to give up on the race, and that's certainly not what's happening here, but it just looked like she took a while to recover herself there after the spins. I'm not sure if she's struggling with some hardware or maybe a little internet or something, but anyway, she looks like she's carrying on again here now, so she'll truck on, and still a long way to go. Absolutely anything can happen. We saw in Tier 2, Mike Crick and I were just starting to say how the race was panning out as a very calm and collected race, and then it all kicked off in the last half of Tier 2. Oh, she's struggling with these tyres, Alex. As I said, once you've spun them once, they get cooked, and once they're hot, they're really hard to handle.
Those tyres quite second-hand after that incident.
This is a tricky high-speed corner when your tyres are cooked, but no, she's done well to manage that, so it looks like she's going to be able to carry on with not too many more dramas. But you're right, this is the only battle we've got on track at the moment. This Kyle Jackson continues to try and find his way past Mitch Weatherburn. Another yellow flag back. That's not Alex Bowen, is it? It is, just as soon as I switched off and said she's fine.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lordy.
Got it wrong through Maggots and Beckett's, and is now giving way to Nathan Monks as he makes his way through. So, only 16 lap old hards here for Alex. It's definitely not a pit stop you'd want to make. But these tyres will be really searing hot now. It's interesting to see whether she pops into pit lane here. She does. She's had enough of these. So clearly she's burnt the life out of those with a couple of spins and thought, all right, well, let's try and turn this into a 2-stop.
Certainly understand that decision. Sometimes you just have to know when to fold them, as they say, and make a hard decision.
So she will
no pun intended.
Praying for a late safety car, Alexis Bowen. If she gets that, the field condenses and she gets to rejoin battle. But for now, she'll be about half a lap behind. And on medium tyres now, and as I said, those mediums, they're not going to do 32 laps very comfortably, so she'll probably have to pit again. But back up here, Kyle Jackson currently P3 in the championship, is the best of the rest. see Kai Chu and Zachary Smith, of course, the two Zs on top, but Kyle Jackson is leading the way from the rest of the field in P3. And as I said, trying to find a way past Mitch Weatherburn here, but Mitch driving very nicely on these hard tyres. It must be said, Mitch is in a really good position here. I discussed it earlier. He's the only driver inside the top 10 to start on the hard tyre. And he has managed to fend off most comers. Jeremy Washington snuck past him and is now a couple of seconds up the road. But other than that, has held up Kyle Jackson and Daniel Lambert and Caleb van der Eyden as well. And now sits very nicely on these 18-lap-old hards. Looking really good for the later part of this race. So keep an eye on Mitch Weatherburn as we come into the final 10 laps. I'd be interested to see what sort of tyre choices he makes. Again, Scarney, as you said, is he going to go for the two-stop, or is he going to try and stretch these hards out as long as possible and sneak onto the softs for the last 10 laps? If he does that, he will be extremely dangerous in the last 10 laps, will Mitch Weatherburn. Low fuel, soft tyres, he'll be ready to go. But for now, doing very nicely just to hold off Kyle Jackson, who again has DRS, but again doesn't have the pace to get it done up the hanging here. Closes the gap, but isn't anywhere near close enough to make a lunge at Mitch Weatherburn. So Mitch clearly driving within the limits and doing very nicely. 20 laps down and only a few penalties so far. More than I would like to see for speeding in the pit lane. Jared
You
Ellis.
cursed them, JC,
Jared
surely.
Ellis, Jaden Chair, looking at you. But hey, like, what can I fucking spud in the pit lane? Like, I'm the last person who should be able to talk, so never mind me.
So you spun in the pit lane yesterday, you said. Did you also hit the wall?
No, I didn't spin in the pit lane. I just sped into the pit lane and
sped.
and hit the pit wall because of it. So yeah, I got 4 track limits warning. I got a drive through in the very first stint of our race.
Yikes.
Yeah, like people were sitting on 2 warnings and they were like, "Oh my god, it was so stressful." Like, yeah, bro, I got a drive through in the first stint. Okay, and then as I served my drive through, sped into the pit lane, got a stop go 30, came back out, and then on the very next lap had to put someone else in the car, and they had to serve the 10 seconds, which obviously got converted from the stop. It was just a shambles. I made a mess of it. Absolute shambles. I'm pretty disappointed with my performance yesterday, to be honest. But that's all right. We'll come back stronger next time. What are you voting for, too, by the way? We've got you in here now. We discussed with Mike Crick his decision. He wants to see Zandvoort, I think it was. Was it Zandvoort? I can't remember. Fuck, I remember. Sorry, Mike, I've forgotten what you said, but he said it wasn't Kyle Army. What are you voting for?
Well, I wouldn't look forward to an endurance as Zandvoort, that's for sure. No chill. What you got 3 seconds on one straight, and that's all the amount of time you've got to think. But I would welcome the challenge, but at the same time, I wouldn't look forward to it. That's for sure. I have voted Imola because we haven't had Imola in a while, and I thought, look, this is a good track, nice length. Lots of curbs, lots of interesting little corners. I'd love to see OOR do an endurance there. So that's my pick.
Fair enough. So you have posted your vote. It is in the books.
Imola's in the books, my friend.
Interesting. All right, nice. I haven't casted my vote yet. I'm still waiting to see how the wins play out, and I'm trying to get a feel for what everyone else is voting for. So I'm just holding on to my vote for now. I do have... It is an interesting set of tracks. I can't stand Kyalami. It's my least favourite track, but apparently the Honda's pretty strong there, so I am now a little bit more interested in Kyalami than I otherwise would have been. But I am also a huge fan of Imola, and it is a very good endurance track, and every time OOR goes there, we have a good time. More because of safety cars than good, clean racing, but there's good, clean racing as well, so that's what you want. Who's that out the back?
It is the birthplace.
Oh, no, that's Jared Ellis allowing someone through for blue flags. My apologies. It is the birthplace of 12. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 12 fucking meters, as you know.
Absolutely. Well, we didn't even get 12 meters here tonight for you, Scarney. What did we get? From 7 meters, and they were smashing into each other. Jesus.
We got about 12 fucking centimeters.
12 feet, yeah. Good debut from you, calling them off the line, getting a lobby restart as well. You've called it all. Done nicely. Kyle Jackson here, still half a second behind Mitch Weatherburn, but he is now joined by Daniel Lambert and Caleb van der Eyden, who have snuck within that 1 second mark. I would be interested to see if Daniel Lambert's got DRS here. He doesn't, so he wasn't within the second at the detection point. What about Caleb van der Eyden? He also doesn't have DRS, but they are within a second. Daniel Lambert now only 8/10 behind, so he will have DRS on the next attempt. So Kyle Jackson will start to feel the pressure from Daniel Lambert and Caleb van der Eyden. Don't count him out either. He's here within a second of Daniel Lambert. These guys closing the gaps now.
Very excited to see the battling between these four. They've kept very good pace so far, especially Mr. Weatherburn on the hard tyres. He's been doing an absolutely fantastic job.
We have started to see some of those pit stops come through now. Dimitri Forrester, a lap ago, came in off the mediums from P3 and jumped onto the hards. So he's in P9 now. Crucially, he's got himself a nice little bit of space too to warm those tyres up. Nothing worse than coming out of your pit stop and plonking yourself in traffic. So Dimitri will be pretty happy with his little gap there. He will work away on those hard tyres. Going for the one stop. But yeah, we've seen now Zachary Smith pop into the pits as well. So this is when we'll start to see him pop in. And it will be interesting to see where Zachary Smith pops out in relation to Dimitri Forrester. So we'll keep an eye on that. Dimitri Forrester coming around the last sector now on the track map. 2 turns to go. Looks like Zachary Smith is moving, but it is a tricky exit to the pit lane. This is going to be close. I'm just going to jump over here as he comes out and over the hill there of the pit exit. Nah, it looks like he's got Dimitri well cleared. Dimitri is about 3 seconds behind, of course. Dimitri will close up a little bit, having 2 lap warmed tyres, but not enough to threaten the back of Zachary Smith, I wouldn't think. So nice clean stop there from Zachary Smith. He retains P2 provisionally. P2 on track now belongs to Jeremy Washington, who's had a nice start to this race and is now cruising along. He'll be coming into the pit lane soon too, as will Zekai Chu, who's done really nicely for the first stint here. These first 23 laps have been super solid from Zekai. In he comes. So he's going to cover off Zachary Smith. Oh, he's done nicely to jump on the anchors there and burn the shit out of those tyres. He locked his brakes all the way up to the pit line and got on the limiter just in time. So no 5-second penalty. That is as perfect as a pit entry as you could wish for from Zekai Chu. He's done nicely. Jeremy Washington also in the pits behind this crew.
So hard tyres to the end it is then for Zekai Chu.
Mitch Weatherburn.
Mitch Weatherburn.
Yes, takes the lead of the race on these hard tyres. He's not looking to pit yet, so he'll enjoy the lead for a little while. Zekai Chu coming out of the pit lane now. So again, this little tricky exit here as you go around and then up, and on cold tyres, that little uphill section can be pretty hard to get the traction down, but it looks like he's managed that pretty comfortably and is still around about 3 or 4 seconds in front of Zachary Smith. So nothing spicy in the pit stops for us. Zekai Chu, Zachary Smith, Dimitri Forrester, all getting their stops done without any sort of dramas whatsoever. Looks like they haven't been jeffed either. You wouldn't know what that means. So Jeff is the pit crew. He's your race engineer. He's the man in your ears telling you whether you've cut the track or when it's time to come into the pits. His name is Jeff. And unfortunately, Jeff will sometimes do what Jeff wants to do. He won't listen to you, and he'll do whatever he wants to do. And instead of putting you on the hard tyre here for Zachary Smith, he might just check you on the intermediates for some ungodly reason. And other sorts of Jeff shenanigans. So no one has been Jeffed, which is good to see.
He's the one that talks about the new strategy on MFDs and all that, is that correct?
It is. That is Jeff, the great man. We've got a name for ACCs, Jeff, too, by the way. I don't know whether you've got some... Oh, Kyle Jackson speeds in the pit lane.
Jackson. Oh, we have seen several people speeding in pit lane. What's that now? 6, 5, 6?
No, just the 3 now for Tier 1.
Oh, so I'm getting ahead of myself.
Jared Ellis has got one. I wouldn't say Jaden Chia was the other one, and now, of course, joined by Kyle Jackson. So that's going to cost Kyle Jackson a position, as you see. Daniel Lambert has escaped the pit lane in front of him. Mohamed Afan, of course, yet to pit, but Kyle Jackson was in front of Daniel Lambert, and now they have swapped positions. So that is what that 5 seconds of penalties has done to his position on track. Comes out there behind Daniel Lambert. 5 seconds costing him a position. As easy as you like.
We see a couple of corners here that I really hate. Oh, I'm really not good at... Are these the village corners, the past two that we just saw?
Village and Loop, isn't it? Yeah.
Village and Loop, yep, that's right.
you're right.
Those are two corners I very much struggled in yesterday in the Lexus.
In the Lexus you would, yeah. The Lexus sucks at that kind of corner, so I can't imagine you'd have much fun in there.
Well, I suck at that corner at the best of times, let alone in the Lexus. I guess, you know, I like to keep things interesting for myself. As we see a very interesting battle here developing between Curtis, Jackson, Lambert up in front. All on hard tyres, all looking to go to the end.
No, Curtis yet to pit, so he's got one stop to do. No, you're right. No worries. That's all good. You're right, though. Ben Curtis is all over the back of him here, and, of course, he's on nice warm tyres. So he'll have a little bit of extra pace, at least for now, and I'm sure Ben Curtis will be enjoying the DRS, but he's got Jaden Chair alongside him here. Hello, Jaden, as he pops his nose around the outside, down the hangar straight.
Like an RKO from out of nowhere.
Out of nowhere, Jaden Chair comes. So, yeah, Ben Curtis, I think, will be looking to pit around about lap 32. So he's probably only 6 laps away, as will Mitch Weatherburn. And they're going to jump onto the mediums and go to the end of the race. But again, I still think that alternate strategy of the soft is there. But you've got to make these hard tyres last until lap 42. And that is a really, really long ask of the hard tyres even. Even though the hard tyres they've got a lot of extra life in them, 42 laps would be a really big ask and would be getting them close to puncture range. I don't think we've seen a puncture so far this season, at least not from age. We've seen a puncture, I think, from damage, but not from age. So it would be interesting to see if anyone wants to stretch out the hards and go for the soft at the end. It would be a big risk.
You think Mr. Wenzer would take such a risk? That's the question I've got for you, JC.
What do you reckon, Wenzer? Would you be going on to the softs at the end, or would you be just biting it and going on the mediums, the safe option?
A lot more strategy in tyres than I noticed before in F1. I knew the strategy was there, but I didn't know it was this in depth.
Yeah, absolutely. Plays a huge part, especially in a race that can be won by tenths. It all plays a massive part. You can lose sort of 3 or 4 tenths per lap when the tyres get to the end of their age. And Jaden Cheers cost himself 3 seconds there as he gets a little bit of snap oversteer on the outside of Stowe and corrects it on the wrong side of the curb, so grabs himself 3 seconds. Not his first penalty of the evening. It's now 11 seconds for Jaden Chair. I'm telling you, these will start to stack up towards the end of the race. And it's going to be
quite a collection is Jaden Chair. Sorry to cut you off there, Jason.
No, you're spot on. It is quite the collection indeed. No, I refuse that, Gerald Chew. How dare you try and curse my man? I'm not having that. I assume that's what you're trying to do there. Why would you try and do that as your teammate, your AlphaTauri teammate? Why would you do that? Oh, no, he's Haas. Never mind. Of course you're trying to curse him. Fair enough. How'd you go tonight too, by the way, Gerald? Did you race tonight? We haven't seen you for a couple of weeks, and I don't think I saw you on track tonight in Tier 3. Where were you? The great man, Caius, is dead set fan favourite. Every time he races in Tier 3, he's got fucking 400 people in chat here trying to cheer him on. But I haven't seen him on track for a couple of weeks. I'm not sure whether he's moving house or what he's doing, but...
It appears Grid Jokes is a different person.
He's definitely not in P13, and he's definitely not driving a Haas, and I'm not going to give you his name, because as soon as KS says that, I'm going to curse him. I'm going to try not to curse him. It's not. I'm not doing it. Gerald, chill. I'm not doing it. Sorry.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
Oh, bang!
In my opinion.
Very sharp from you. That's very good. Oh, your man, Caleb Van Der Reyden, goes quickest.
And Mr. Van Reyden. Well done. Van Der Reyden, sorry. Putting in the hard yards here. Speaking of hard, he just went on the hard 4 laps ago. He's looking very good to the end.
Yep, that is a nice little time. Dimitri Forrester grabs himself 3 seconds as well. So as I said, these penalties will start to fall in, and at the end of the race, you will notice that this podium, potentially even the race win, will be decided by penalties. Who's going to have 3 seconds? Who's going to have 6? Who's going to have 0? That will play a massive part in what happens at the end of this race. So get your abacus out It will be required. 31.122 is the best lap from Caleb van der Reyden. A couple other drivers in the 31s. Zekai Chu, the best of those. Actually, Zachary Smith with a 31.162. So he's bested him by 0.04 of a second on the hard tyre. He's done pretty well there, Caleb van der Reyden. But meanwhile, on track, we are just starting to see these gaps stretch out a little bit more. Again, Kyle Jackson still doing battle with Daniel Lambert and Jay and Shea, but those three have been in position for a while now. Oh, no. It's not. It is! That's your fault, Gerald Chu!
Unbelievable. He's done something wrong there.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I'm not taking any responsibility for that whatsoever, Gerald Chu. That is all you, and by extension, Eric Scarney, who was willing to play along with you. I'm not having anything to do with that. Grid jokes, I wasn't here. I wasn't part of it.
I love the chaos. Bring it on. Bring this on.
None of that for my man, Grid jokes. No, sirree. Oh, dear. What have you done? That's all you, Gerald Chu. You're a terrible person. Dimitri Forrester has snuck past Mohammed Afan, who is yet to pit off of these 28-lap-old mediums. These tyres would be in all sorts of pain by now. There's your ACC pit entry. He's not able to use that to get his pit stop done. He's got to wait a whole another lap. Sorry, half a lap. So we'll see as he comes out of Stowe whether he decides to get in and get off of these very worn boots. They'd be all sorts of screaming by now. Let's see how he goes through Maggots and Beckett's here. He's got a nice through line in there. He's taking a bit of curb through there. It's pretty tidy. Looks like he's still got a nice handle on this Red Bull. Didn't lose much time to Dimitri Forrester either. He's on fresh hard, so he's clearly got a bit of pace in him.
Perhaps Mr. Irfan is going with the two medium strategy today.
It'd still have to be a two-stop, so you have to swap to a different compound before you finish the race. So it's not just a mandatory stop. It is a mandatory stop where you change compounds. So if you start on hards, you have to switch to mediums or softs, and vice versa. If you start on mediums, you have to switch compounds. The only way that rule doesn't apply is if the race starts in the wet and you start on wet tyres, you can do the whole race on wet tyres. But that's the only reason you wouldn't have to switch compounds. So, yeah, Mohammed Afan here currently on the 29-lap-old mediums will be... I don't even know what he's doing, to be honest, because you're right. This is prime time to switch onto another set of mediums, but if he does that, he has to pit again. So, is he trying to go... Surely he's not trying to go medium soft here. He would burst these medium tyres. I reckon these would be close to puncture range now. Nick Randall, you might have more information on exactly how far these tyres can go. But again, he's coming through the ACC pit lane here and he's still not going to pit. I don't know what he's doing, Mohammed Afan. He's got a weird old strategy coming about here. Mitch Weatherburn has finally bitten the bullet and done his pit stop and has gone on to the mediums. So didn't want to go out on the softs for 22 laps and didn't want to stretch those hards any longer. He has pitted and is now only 0.3 clear of Jeremy Washington. He was in front of him before, but it was about 1.5 seconds the gap. Now, Jeremy Washington is going to be all over him, at least for the first half of this lap, as Mitch Weatherburn continues to try and warm up those tyres. We'll just stay on board with this for a little while, because Jeremy's going to have a lot of extra grip that he can use, and he is pretty close. Mohammed Afan has just pitted in front of us here, so he's in the pit lane there. Interesting to see what tyre he goes on. I'm going to keep an eye on that too. But it does look like Mohammed Afan is in the pit lane. What's he going to do? Hards. He's going on hard, medium hard. So he's gone longer on the mediums than he's going to go on the hards. That seems very backwards. But anyway, you do you, Mohammed.
Certainly a very ballsy, interesting strategy there. I like it.
It's just, yeah, I don't know. As I said, you do you, Mohammed. Hey, he's up there. He's in P10 in Tier 1. No way would I be able to manage that, so good on him. Hats off. You can do whatever the bloody hell you want, Mohammed. So, yeah, Jeremy just dropping off the back of Mitch Weatherburn here as Mitch gets those medium tyres warmed up. He will stretch his legs and move away. The medium tyre is superior in pace to the hard tyre, and it's also slightly newer, so you would expect Mitch to get away from Jeremy Washington here. I don't know if he's going to cut 6 seconds into Dimitri Forrester either, though, so he's probably just going to be happy with sitting in P4 here for a little while, Mitch Weatherburn. But back here, the battle between your man and Jaden Shear and Kyle Jackson has really started to hot up. Caleb van der Eyden on 7-lap old hards. And the two in front also on hard tyres, but Jaden Shear's hards just a little bit more worn than the rest. As Zekai Chu goes with a 30.3 and pinches the purple lap back from this man, Caleb van der Eyden. This is Jaden Shear and Kyle Jackson. I don't know whether Kyle got a little bit loose through Stowe there, but it's invited Jaden Shear around the outside here. And it looks like
Two through club.
Hello. And Caleb van der Eyden.
Oh, there's some contact between
What a
Van der Eyden
save.
and Jackson.
Caleb just trying to be a little bit ambitious there and get a move done as Daniel Lambert
Up in the village.
opened the door for him. And they're still going at it. They are still side by side. Look at them go. Great stuff.
This is still not decided. Oh, what a little battle there.
Excellent racing between the two of them. Great stuff. It was opportunistic from Caleb van der Eyden to have a little look down the inside there. He wasn't entitled to it though. He was up alongside and then they made contact as they came across the start-finish line, which could have ended in tears. But the high-quality driving of these Tier 1 boys meant that they were able to catch their slides and continue on. So, nice little set of moves there between Jaden Shear, Caleb van der Eyden and Kyle Jackson.
We perhaps see a purple lap of 29 soon. We're getting very close.
Yeah, as the fuel comes down, I wouldn't be surprised if we sneak into the 29s. Mitch Weatherburn now with a 30.3 is the quickest man on the track with those brand new mediums. It is tricky to judge because the fuel is coming down and they will get quicker, but I believe, and Nick Randall probably in the best place to correct me on this if I am wrong, I believe the difference in fuel isn't as much as the difference in tyre. So as the fuel comes down, but those tyres increase in life, I don't think they're going to get quicker. So that 30.3, unless, as I said, we get a really late safety car here and they get on softs, then absolutely we'll be ducking into the 28s probably. But at the moment, 30.3 on the median tyre for Mitch Weatherburn may just be the quickest we are going to go. I've just noticed Ben Curtis and Nathan Monks have also jumped onto brand new medium tyres. So they might be worth a shout as well, but I don't think those two have the pace of Mitch Weatherburn. So I think that lap from Mitch might just be the one, at least for the foreseeable future. Nick Randall will be keeping a very close eye on Mitch Weatherburn for the podium. He reckons that he can cut into that 6-second gap up to Dimitri. I say 6 seconds, it's now under 4. Mitch Weatherburn is flying along. Last we chatted, he was just warming those tyres up and he was 6 seconds as he walked past Jeremy Washington. But now, under 4 seconds. Very good shout from you, Nick Randall. He could be on for a cheeky podium here, Mitch Weatherburn, in what we believe is his final competitive OOR race for this season at least.
Went out all the stops for his last appearance here, at least for a while, as he, as JC mentioned earlier, going to Japan.
Must be nice. I'm so jealous.
I'm just a little jealous. Just a tad.
If you could pick up your rig and just shut up shop and just move to anywhere on the planet, like money's not a problem, right? And transport, nothing is. If you could just pick it all up and go and teleport somewhere right now, where would it be?
I'm going to have to go with good old Finland because
Nice.
they're pretty similar to us. They love their beer, they love their racing, they love to swear. Finland, full of the happiest people on earth, apparently. So yeah, certainly Finland, and it's near a lot of other countries. Sweden, a lot of central. You can go to Central Europe, Western Europe, all those beautiful countries there.
Yeah, spot on. Great call from you. It's probably a little too close to the Russian border for mine at the moment, but it's a bloody good call in all. Spot on those. But did say Ben Curtis was going to go quick on those mediums. I didn't think it'd be that quick. He has pinched the purple lap with a 30.320. Nice work to Diebols. Sneaking up here into Tier 1 and pinching the purple lap from the big boys.
Would you like a fighter here, starting all the way from the back or one of the last few positions on the grid, making his way up nicely on those mediums.
And then Nathan Monks was the other one I said keep an eye on, who also just went on the mediums, and he has also pulled out a 130, and it is a 130.021. So, Scarney, you're very close to getting that 29 you were after.
Here's another bet. How many will get 29s tonight?
As I said, I still don't think anyone's going to get one. The only reason there would be one from here is if there is a late safety car and they... Oh, Zachary Smith, 3 seconds. That's interesting. We'll get to that soon. unless there's a late safety car here and they get the chance to go onto the soft tyres, there won't be a faster lap. Those brand spanking new tyres just brought out new best laps from Ben Curtis and Nathan Monks, but those tyres will only go south from here and they won't go any faster. So yeah, the only reason we'd see 29s is if there's another pit stop from any driver, and there's no reason for anyone else to pit. Everyone has now completed their mandatory pit stop, and they are on tyres that will go to the rest of the race. So there's no reason, other than Alex Bowen, actually, who's an interesting shout. Now hello, Jaden Chair sticking it down the inside here of Caleb van der Eyden. Caleb going very wide there. Basically got mind punted off of the track there, but he rejoins safely and manages to hang on to that position just. But Jaden Chair putting all sorts of pressure on Caleb van der Eyden here. And Kyle Jackson not too far behind either. He's just got a bird's eye view of this little battle occurring here. He'll be just crossing his fingers, hoping these two get a little bit too invested in each other's side pods. And if they come together, he might just go bang bang and pick up P7. So staying patient here. Caleb van der Eyden getting very sideways there in the last part of Maggots and Beckett's, and that may invite Jaden Chia to have a little look. It does. Of course, Caleb van der Eyden with no DRS assistance would have been a sitting duck down the straight there, even without his snap coming out of Maggots and Beckett's. So the fact he made a mistake made it all too easy for Jaden Chia to sneak on through there. Back to your point about 29s, I was going to say there'd be no 29s, but I've just noticed, or remembered indeed, that Jared Ellis and Alexis Bowen probably need to pit one more time based on the tyres that they're on. So if they sneak onto the soft tyres later on this race, they will pinch a 29. Don't worry about that. They were battling for the purple lap, which has points attached to it. Getting the purple lap here, getting the fastest lap has, I think, 3 points on offer. So even if you're down there in P15, P16, not a lot of points for the boys down there, but they will try and pinch the purple lap and just add to their tally a little bit. So you might be spot on, Scarny. Maybe sneaking in 2 29s by the time we finish here tonight.
Nothing to lose, I reckon. Go for it. By all means, we would love to see it. I would love to see it.
We noticed before Zachary Smith got his first 3-second penalty of the evening, so that's really hurt his chances of challenging for the win. Zekai Chu still in control of this race up the front. Now 4.2 seconds clear in the lead, but with that 3 seconds as well, it's basically a 7.2 second lead for Zekai Chu. And he will be crossing his fingers there is no safety cars, because he doesn't want that gap closed. He's in control of this race. He's very happy up there. Caleb van der Eyden with the DRS now. You can see the difference the DRS makes when Jaden Chia doesn't have it. Caleb van der Eyden just walks past him there on the hanger straight. Jaden Chia not willing to give this one up, but Caleb van der Eyden defending down the inside nicely. Hits the apex, pulls it up, so finishes that move. Nice work.
My man, Van der Eyden putting in some great moves here.
He must just have a really cool name, because he was my man earlier in the season, and we both just identified him as our man, so I like that. Maybe he's just got a great name.
You see right through me, mate. That's exactly why I picked him.
That, and he's in the McLaren, which obviously I'm a massive fan of. So yeah, he's been a bit of a favourite of mine since the start of the season, but he's also got my kind of racecraft about. He just likes to stay on the track, stay smooth, and avoid penalties. He's got a 3 seconds a night, but generally avoids penalties. And as I said, just turns up every week and puts points on the board. Being challenged here by Jaden Chia as they come around ACC's final sector. Of course, only halfway through this F1 lap now. But
One thing catching Caleb, but another thing getting past him. Well, it's all very good defending.
Are we? Oh, I thought he was
so.
Woo. But these two continue to battle, and Kyle Jackson has now really closed this gap. You can see he's got him well and truly in his sights. And I'll tell you what else you can see is Jaden Chia's red light flashing on the back of his Aston Martin there, which means he is out of battery. So Caleb van der Eyden and Jaden Chia both exhausting all of their batteries in their battles. And of course, because they're battling and going side by side and trying to find a way past each other and not using the ideal line, Kyle Jackson's just very slowly creeping up behind him here. He's doing very nicely, just biding his time as Jaden Chia continues to waggle around in the mirrors of Caleb van der Eyden and let him know he's there. Kyle Jackson well and truly in this battle now. I'll tell you what else is happening is Mitch Weatherburn. We'll keep an eye on him as well, because he is now right underneath Dimitri Forrester's rear wing, and Dimitri getting all sorts of messy there. Wonder what tyres he's on. He'd be struggling on his 17-lap-old hards. They're not too bad. But these 8-lap-old mediums are just in their beautiful prime window now. So Mitch Weatherburn looking really strong here, as Nick Randall spotted, for a podium finish. There is a yellow flag back there. I believe that is Momo again, who got it going again, but he's going to get passed by Grid Jokes. Grid Jokes does move up into P12. We're just going to stay here with Mitch Weatherburn because this gap has significantly closed over the last couple of laps. So I would assume that this move is inevitable. He will go through Maggots and Beckett's here. He's got superior grip on these medium tyres. You can see him just closing the gap here every time he turns the wheel. He'll get DRS here. And I think this will be a formality going through Stowe. It's all about whether he goes inside or outside. Looks like Dimitri's going to make him choose the inside. And in fact, he wasn't willing to send it. So not quite close enough there on that occasion. But this is a formality, this move. They are coming up to blue flag traffic now too, which could just throw a little bit of an interesting spanner in the works. That is Jared Ellis up there, I believe, who's just going to jump out the way here and allow these two to go on through. Nice work, Jared. Whose name I did not say. Erad.
Well done, Jared Ellis.
Erad Jealous.
In the Haas car.
Oh, God. Imagine if he spun with these two. No, stop it. No, I'm sorry. I didn't say that. 3 seconds of Ben Curtis. His first 3 seconds of the night. Not liking to pick up too many penalties, Ben Curtis. So the fact he's only got the one penalty, that's 3 track cuts over the course of 39 laps. That's not too shabby. Nothing wrong with that.
As we see towards the pointy end of the race, people really pushing, seeing what they can get out of the track, seeing what limits they can get themselves to here. As we see, coming up to Stowe, these two. Weatherburn looking for a way past Forrester. As we go into Maggots and Beckett. So, Forrester on hard tyres, is that correct?
Correct. Yep, 17 lap old hards. Will still be playing the game now, but won't be as strong as these mediums for Mitch Weatherburn. He does eventually get this move done. It was at Stowe, as we predicted, and up into P3. So great call from Nick Randall. He spotted that really early on as he came out of the pits. He said he'd be one to watch. And he's got it done with 12 laps to go. He's got room to move. So I wonder if he can cut another 6 seconds. Do you reckon, Nick Randall, can he cut into the lead of Zachary Smith? He's only got to find 3 seconds, mind you, because Zachary Smith, of course, has that 3-second penalty. Can Mitch Weatherburn find another 3 seconds on Zachary Smith in the next 12 laps? My bet is he can.
I think he can. He's looking as cool as a cucumber out there as he looks to bite into this gap that Zachary Smith has on him at the moment. Zikai Chu putting in, is still very comfortable out the front there, and not too many incidents going on with him at the moment.
Yeah, it was a 4.2 second gap though, and it's now only 3.3 seconds. So it's not all plain sailing out there for Zikai Chu. I'm not sure if he's battling away with blue flag traffic or if he's just taken the foot off the pedal a little bit over the last couple of laps, but that gap has come down. So again, the 3 seconds to Zachary Smith will be hurting him at the end of the race, but there's no reason that Zikai Chu isn't sitting on 2 warnings right now. And that may be why he is just taking the foot off the gas a little bit, just trying not to get that extra penalty on his name, which would bring Zachary Smith right back into it in terms of on-track positioning. Jeremy Washington there's got his red light flashing on the back of his Alpine, so he is out of battery. Daniel Lambert hasn't got a lot to play with here, but still with more than Jeremy Washington. And of course, Jeremy 6.5 seconds behind Dimitri isn't ever going to get DRS, so he won't be helped by that either. So the fact that Daniel Lambert has a bit of extra battery and the DRS assistance, he's probably going to get a move done here at some point over Jeremy Washington, unless Jeremy makes that Alpine very, very wide. They are also coming up to the lapped pass of, I think it's Jared Ellis. Let's have a look. Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's doing all right. Doing God's work out here in P16. He's going to finish the race. That's all I want to see from you, Jared.
I hope there's other viewers like me here tonight who have learned quite a bit about this. Definitely come out with this with a lot more knowledge than I did before. Glad to be here, if I'm honest.
Good stuff, mate. Yeah, I'll have you back anytime. Don't worry about that. We'll sneak in for a couple more appearances later on this season.
Awesome,
And,
sounds good. I'll have to apologise since there's people going to sleep around me at the moment. I'm going to have to keep the voice down. It's unfortunate, but oh well.
No, it's fine. I got the same sort of thing happening here at my house. It is quite late, of course. It is now 10 past 10 Australian Eastern Standard Daylight, whatever the bloody hell time it is. So, yeah, I can imagine that's the same sort of scenario occurring around Australia at the moment, especially for these drivers too, of course. They're clanking away on their pedals and their force feedback's making all sorts of noise, and they'd have their family starting to wonder why they're out in bed yet as well. So it has been a very long evening.
Done lots of WD-40 on the ready, that's for sure.
I've got some sitting right next to me at the moment. My rig's starting to creak a little bit.
Oh, good choice, good choice. I remember one night I was in the M6 and I wanted to hear that, the turbo flutter each time. So I, put a lot of throttle into it and then step back out. And then I got a knock on my door saying, "Will you shut up in there?" Because I kept releasing it, making a big old clanking noise.
Of course, yeah. How good does WD-40 smell, though? It's one of the top tier smells on this planet.
I'd use it as a
deodorant.
underarm deodorant if I could.
Yeah, absolutely. I think only males are attracted to it, though, and a very, very select group of female mechanics. But I think it's like mostly, it's just must have a male pheromone thing going for it. Oh, that's probably the wrong word to use there. But
Just better not use it then.
who's that facing backwards? That is, again, Momo. I think it's not been his night here in Tier 1. And again, at Stowe there too. So that corner playing all sorts of tricks on him. The rear getting loose as he comes around that corner. It's not the first time. I think it's probably the third or fourth time that's happened to him tonight. So,
Unfortunate. He'll be looking to put it behind himself. I'm sure we've all had plenty of those nights. Me at Spa a couple of weeks ago.
As I said, he's just filling in here from Tier 2. He's just doing some laps. He's having fun. He won't mind whatsoever. He's not in any sort of championship battle up here in Tier 1. So he's just putting some laps down. He won't be too stressed whatsoever.
Oh, that's the main thing. Have a lot of fun while you're out there. That's for sure.
10 laps to go. And Jaden should pit for the softs. Will be 10th and can go for the fastest lap. Not a bad shout, that, actually. Jaden Shear currently in P8. And on 31 lap old hards, they will be really struggling now. They'll be certainly capable of going the distance, but they'll be starting to lose a fair bit of pace now. But Nicholas Randall reckons if he pits now, that 25-second gap all the way back to Muhammad Afan, he reckons he can sneak in that window and come out the pits in front of him. And if he does that on the soft tyre, go for the fastest lap. So he'll only lose 1 or 2 positions and get the fastest lap. So not a bad shout there for Jaden Shear in the Aston Martin Strategy Centre. Keep an eye on that and see whether he does do that. I'm interested to see how many drivers here, if indeed any, want to jump onto the soft tyre towards the end of this race just for a bit of fun. There are a couple of drivers out there who aren't getting the results they wanted. So they might just say, all right, well, I'll try and pinch the purple lap from one of these top tier boys. Who's currently holding the purple at the moment? We were discussing it before. It is Muhammad Afan who's just got it now. Into the 29s too.
Well done.
There you
Beautiful
go.
work, Mr. Irfan.
Your first 29 of the evening on 12 lap old hards too, mind you. So he's just found an extra K of pace there as old Muhammad. I don't know what he's doing out here on the hards. He's flying along. Look at him go through maggots and beckets here. He's on rails. Killing it. Great stuff, Muhammad Afan. Not sure what that's going to do for him. As I said, he's 26 seconds back from Kyle Jackson, who is still chasing Jaden Shear around. But no, that's a good little turn of pace there towards the end of this race. So nice work to Muhammad there. But yeah, it will be interesting to see if any... Oh, there's your first soft tyre. Momo has had enough of spinning at Stowe on the hards. And he has gone into the pit lane for some soft boots. So he is going to try and give the middle finger to the Tier 1 boys and pinch their purple lap. Good luck to him. See how he goes. Momo is very quick on his day. He's very capable of a pole position in Tier 2. Loves the 1 lap pace. So that's what he will be going for. I give you the tip. He will put in a 29 here. How low can he go into the 29s is the question.
You'll love to see it. Let's see what he can do. But certainly he will have to pass Ellis first in order to really put those softs to good use.
Yeah, it's a good point, but Ellis on 37 lap old hards and Momo on brand new softs, that would be a formality for that move. Where are they here? He's got DRS open here. He's just going to walk past him here. Nice and easy. Jared, just let him pass, please. Don't be defending too hard here. Well, he is going to defend down the inside. He's not going to make it easy for Momo. I love that from you, Jared. But look at the superior... Oh, he's fucking hit him, Jared!
Oh, no. Absolute carnage.
Jared!
There at Stowe.
Jared, you're in my naughty books now. What have you done? What have you done?
Those beautiful softs, now full of grass.
Straight into the pit lane. Absolutely nothing wrong with defending down the inside there of Stowe. And he was entitled to do that, but the superior grip of the soft tyre for Momo, you saw him just go around the outside of Stowe, easy peasy. But then, I don't know whether Jared just understeered on the old tyres, or whether he missed his brake. I don't know what happened there, but he clearly gave Momo a bit of help. And I told you what happens when these soft tyres spin once these these are 130 degree soft tyres now, and he will have all sorts of trouble trying to finish this race on this tyre. He will be spinning for the foreseeable future. Let's get the camera off of this man. He's already seen enough death tonight. His family don't want to see any more of that. Oh dear. Coffin dance for our man Momo.
I know you don't want to see any more of it, but I'd love to see the external replay of that incident.
We don't get to see replays here in F1. How about that?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Codemaster's thing. We don't get replays, unfortunately. I don't have an option to bring you replays whatsoever. It is a massive flaw in an otherwise pretty good game, unfortunately. So that is just what we've got to live with. We will, later on in the week, get to see... I know Jared Ellis streams, so he'll put up a perspective, and Momo, I think, probably has the ability to bring his perspective as well. There are replays available after the race, so the players can save their replays after the race, and then they can go cut pieces out of that, which they use to send to the stewards room later on in the week. But no, there is no instant replay feature. I can't just press escape and go and bring you a replay like we would do in ACC. And yeah, that is mightily disappointing. I give you the tip. We are always upset when we don't get to talk back on the, you know, tier one, the race, the lap one stuff like that. Your lap one call would have been a great instant replay. Would have been all sorts of fun, but no, we don't get to.
Can't have everything, I'm afraid. That's a shame. That's a shame.
As I said, no, it is a very, very good game in a lot of ways, and it is not so good a game in a few ways. 29.865 is the current purple lap, Gerald Chute, but with 4 drivers out there on soft tyres, 2 of which haven't gotten in each other's way. Momo grabs himself another 3 seconds. Alex Bowen, I reckon, is my pick for the purple lap here towards the end. Do you want to have a little milk on that one, Scarney? Who do you reckon out of the 4 soft runners there is going to get the purple? Or is it going to stay as Mohamed Afan?
I don't think it's going to stay as if Afan. I'd be nuts, probably, to go with that. I'm going to go with Mr. Wong.
Good jokes. All right. Danny Wong currently in P13.
Or as Kaya said, Winil Dong.
He didn't. I did too. That's very good. That's very sharp from you, Gerald. I like that. Erad Jealous for the fastest lap. Alex Bowen is my shout for the fastest lap.
My
and there
goodness.
is your 29.198. So that will be hard to beat. Just want to quickly check out how we're going here with 5 laps to go. We've got the intervals up here. We've got that over there. Let's go on to the tyre situation. That'll give me the best idea. Okay, so Zekai currently leading, as he has done for the vast majority of this race. It is still 2.6 seconds the gap. That gap is coming down slightly, but it isn't going to be enough with 5 laps to go. As long as Zekai doesn't make any sort of calamitous errors in the last 5 laps, he will hang on for the lead and the win. Mitch Weatherburn isn't going to cut into that lap. Oh, actually, sorry, apologies. I forgot that penalty is still there. He's now 4.8 seconds. Mitch Weatherburn is on for P2 here, ladies and gentlemen. So that penalty to Zachary Smith, I reckon, is going to cost him P2. I don't think Mitch Weatherburn's going to get him on track. Why am I pushing the wrong fucking button here? Let's go over there. That's better. 3 seconds a pen, so it's 1.9 he has to make up. That's doable in 4 laps. That's one to watch as well. And then Daniel Lambert and Jeremy Washington here have been following each other around for a fairly long while now. Now, it's all well and good that you stay behind another car for 30-odd laps, but when there's 4 laps to go, I wouldn't be surprised if Daniel starts to try and find a way through here. I wonder what tyres he's on. They're both on 23 lap old hards, so they're both on the same tyre. No advantage to be had there. Daniel Lambert's got 8% battery left, and Jeremy Washington's light is flashing, so he's also out of battery, so there's no advantage to be had there. So this will be an interesting little battle. Alex Pullen snags 5 seconds for not obeying blue flags. That's an interesting one. I haven't seen many of those. Codemaster's giving one out there. Here we go. This is the move we thought would come. Daniel Lambert's going to have a go around the outside of Jeremy Washington, which will give him the inside line on this, the final ACC corner. Doesn't look like he got the traction out of there, though. Jeremy got the nice wide line, plenty of grip out there, so he manages to hang on for now. But Daniel Lambert is all over the back of him here. So this will be the battle to watch, at least for the next couple of laps. So we'll flick over to Mitch Weatherburn if indeed he can close that gap. But I just spoke about how he'd closed it to about 4.2, and now it is out to 5.3. So a couple of errors in the last couple of laps for Mitch Weatherburn means he's probably going to have to be settled for P3. He'll go up into stow again, Daniel Lambert and Jeremy Washington. And again, they are still side by side here. Nice little move from Daniel Lambert. Looks like he's going to finish it off this time. But with 4 laps to go and both of them out of battery, now Jeremy Washington has the advantage of the DRS, so this isn't over yet.
You talk about second-hand tyres. What about second-hand batteries? Absolutely depleted for lap upon lap. I would not want to be a set of batteries in these cars, I tell you what.
Yeah, absolutely not. And they don't recharge very well here at Silverstone too. There are some tracks where those batteries will recharge. It's the high downforce tracks where they recharge, and this is not one of those. So, or have I got that the wrong way around, Nick Roundell? It might be the low downforce tracks. Anyway, Jeremy Washington here using the DRS to again make a move on Daniel Lambert, and again, it seems like the outside line is the go-up. So, that one, they trade places again, but with 3 laps to go, we're going to see these two swap spots for the next couple of laps. Don't worry about that. So this will be well and truly worth watching for the last 3 laps. Who's your money on here? Holding on for P5. Is it going to be Jeremy Washington, or is it going to be Daniel Lambert? I know who chat will choose. What about yourself, Scarny?
Washington on the absolute limit of his grip there, going into, what was that corner, sorry?
Slash Maggots slash Beckett's. Tell you who else has joined in here. Your man Caleb van der Reyden's also joined the party. He's only 3/10 back. He's been watching these two trade places as they do again here. Daniel Lambert up the inside of Stowe.
You know what? I'm gonna pick Van der Reyden.
Okay.
He's coming 5th. There you go.
Maybe on track he will, but he's also got those 3 seconds of penalties.
Oh, that's
massive snap from Jeremy Washington. That's a huge snap, and he has absolutely gone around. So that is any chance of him finishing in P5 straight out the door. It is low down force. I knew I got that backwards. Thank you, Nick Randell. And sorry to Jeremy Washington, who I put my milk on as P5, and as soon as I do any of that sort of shit, bang, straight spin, easy. Sorry, Jezza, that's no good. And he's now got to fend off Jaden Cheer as well, who's not far behind. Of course, Jaden Cheer with 14 seconds worth of penalties isn't going to be threatening points-wise, but these two are sim racers. They don't want to allow other drivers to pass them, even with 14 seconds worth of penalties, so he will be defending this, I would assume. But,
or as I like to call it, 14 seconds of penalties. Do you happen to know who I'm referring to?
I don't, but it was very well done. I knew that you knew, and I could feel the humour in it. So I don't know exactly what that is from, but you delivered it really well. I was more laughing at the delivery, I guess. So it's hard to see.
A few people who I race with will certainly know what I'm talking about there.
Who do you want to watch here? Caleb van der Reyden's going to go past Daniel Lambert here with the DRS assistance, and then back here, Jaden Chi is probably going to do the same thing on Jeremy Washington. So the DRS down the hanger straight, very strong. Both moves completed on their way up into Stoke. This is not going to be done easy though. Jeremy Washington with a nice run out of Stoke on the inside for the next corner. This is where Jeremy got it all wrong on the last lap. That's a terrible camera angle. Give me something better.
You want to be careful fighting with people who have penalties. You know, take yourself out when they have 5, even 14 seconds of penalties like you see there.
Yeah, absolutely.
May not be worth it.
Spot on. So we're on the penultimate lap now. Cross that one off your bingo list. We haven't said that all night long, but we've got it here at the very end of Tier 1. We're coming up to 10:30 now, and the penultimate lap is upon us. Thank you very much to everyone out there who has stuck with us for the evening. And to you, Eric Scarney, coming up here and on debut, jumping in for a full 100% endurance race. Very, very sharp effort from you on debut. With 2 laps to go, Zekai Chu, as we said, currently provisionally 5.6 seconds up. It is only 2.6 on track, but
A 28.
a 28 from Momo. Yes, sir. Bang. Nice work, Jai. So I don't know if that's another set of soft boots. He has done he's done a 3-stop and put on another set of softs and has pinched the purple lap. Nice one. So how close is it to the 29s down there? It's a 28.6. And then a couple of 29s. Dimitri Forrester and Mohammed Afan also have a couple of 29s. So I said there would be one. There's ended up being, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fucking 29s and a 28. Shows me what I know.
Unbelievable. Certainly blown it out of the water there. And that'll heal some of the wounds from earlier. He's had a bit of a hard race, but it looks like he's going to snag fastest lap, at least.
Yeah, great stuff.
Possibly.
Jai, who we said is filling in from Tier 2. So this is his second 100% race of the evening. Really good stuff. A good little win there for him at the end of that huge night to pick up the purple lap. Hopefully he gets to hang on to that. But it is hard to figure out where to point the camera here because this battle between Daniel Lambert and Caleb van der Eyden is continuing to rage, but there is a 3-second penalty here. But it's the same as this other battle between Jaden Shear and Jeremy Washington. Both of those really close and continuing to pass each other, and both of those separated by a 3-second penalty. So it's all happening.
They always look like they're going to go off the track there.
Oh, bang! Gridge Oaks has now pinched it with a 28.663. Let's go. Go and follow his Instagram. You have to now. Zekai Chu. Zekai Chu's got 10 seconds. What the hell happened?
Oh, he's gone off. He's had an off. That's a yellow
On the
flag.
last lap, he's gone off at Maggots and Beckett's and has been given 10 seconds for cutting Maggots and Beckett's. And Zachary Smith, I told you not to count this man out.
Unbelievable.
What the hell? On the last lap, Zachary Smith is going to come around the final corner for the final time, and he's very happy with picking up that win. What the freaking hell, Zekai Chu?
Weatherburn second.
Weatherburn second. Zekai Chu will have to settle for P4. Dimitri Forrester snuck him on the line there. I don't know if Dimitri's run out of...
Oh, wow.
His petrol light's red. I reckon he's run out of fuel. He's run out of fuel, Scarny. He's run out of fuel, Zekai Chu. His petrol light is flashing, and maybe that's why he cut Maggots and Beckett's, because he literally wasn't going to make it to the line and he had to find a shortcut. Oh my God.
Wow.
What? So what was going to be a walkover win for Zekai Chu, and he was going to close the gap from P2 to P1 in the championship. He has now dropped himself to P5. It is hands in the air Singapore all over again for Zekai Chu. What a finish. What has happened to his race? That's insane. Zekai, what are we doing? He's costing himself.
Here I was thinking he's on old as fuck tyres and having a monumental spin, but as it turns out, fuel ruins the day for Zekai Chu. Unbelievable.
Speaking of old tyres, Jaden Cheer, 41 lap old hards by the time he got to the end. He's drawn those right out. Nice work. I'm telling you, the soft hard is definitely possible. The hard soft or the soft hard. Alex Bowen pinches the purple right at the end. The last driver to cross the line comes across with a 28.3. No, Grid Jokes. No. Alex Bowen has pinched the purple lap from you on the very last lap. The last driver to cross the line, Alexis Bowen, has pinched it from you. Unlucky to you, Grid Jokes, who's just come into chat swinging fists, and it has had to be shut down. That's a bit sad. That's almost
somebody
as sad.
screenshot that before he deletes it.
That's almost as sad as Zekai Chu falling to 5th on the last lap. How about Zachary Smith, though? Very happy. That's the second time we've seen Zachary Smith dance on the grid. We saw him after race 1, which was cancelled and restarted after Scarny cursed it into the wall. And here he is again, celebrating for the second time. Zachary Smith is your winner of the Silverstone Endurance Race for the Octane Online Racing Legend Series. I can't get over what we've just witnessed. Oh, it turns it on every single week, the Legend Series, but that is something new. I've never seen... Oh, well, we have seen people run out of fuel, but I don't think it's cost him a race win, Zekai Chu. Goodness gracious. Ah, he has cost himself, if this championship goes down to the wire and he loses by 30 points, this race and Singapore are the 2 races he will look back on as where he lost it, because that is, again, another critical error that has thrown the win over to Zachary Smith. He will be laughing all the way to the bank with that one. from P4. He wins. Mitch Weatherburn will be very happy with P2, as is everyone. Great stuff to Mitch. Have fun in Japan, my friend. Dimitri Forrester grabs P3, sneaks onto the podium there at the end after starting from P2. And then the two Mercedes boys, P4, P5 for Zeke IQ.
I was not expecting to see a Jamie Win Cup tonight, but here we are. Wow.
Absolutely
what a race.
Insane. Grid Jokes with a 28.663. Had his fastest lap pinched right at the end with a 28.329 to Alexis Bowen. Nice work, Alex. Not Alexis's best night, I am sure, but she'll be happy to pick up the purple lap.
You got me this time, JC. That was your pick, wasn't it?
Oh, well, it went down to the wire, mate. I thought I'd lost it, and then we thought you had it, and then we thought you'd lost it. It went all over the place, that purple lap battle at the end. That was very spicy. Nice work. Bowles had a very good race.
I may have cursed Mr. Wong, and if so, I apologise.
He did
sincerely
absolutely
apologise.
Sure. Oh,
I said he's looking pretty good unless something happens, and something happened.
Curse of the century, that was. Oh, you've had a couple of nice ones tonight. Very good debut from you. Very sharp work. So... all right, Dexys has got his time boards. We've got just about everything wrapped up. Next week, we are heading off to Brazil, which is definitely one of my favourite tracks. So looking forward to that. ACC is off to the Circuit of the Americas this week, which is a very interesting track and another polarising track. A lot of people don't like that track, and a lot of people love it. There's not many people that sit in the middle. What are your thoughts on that one, Scott?
Not a fan. I know Breeny likes it, though. Yeah, not exactly looking forward to it, but, it's all racing. It's all racing at the end of the day.
That's it.
What do you think?
Yeah, I'm the same as you, mate. I'm just happy to get some seat time. I'm a big fan of Coda. I like how complex it is. I love that first sector, and it's good for racing side by side, so I'm looking forward to it. That is your Tuesday night for the Rookie Series and your Wednesday and Thursday night for the Sprint Series in ACC. So we look forward to seeing you then. But until next Sunday night when we do head off to Brazil, Eric Scarney, thank you very much for joining me for Tier 1. Great work to you.
Thank you, JC. Good work as always, mate. Absolute professional.
And to you, chat, best on ground once again. Thank you to everyone who joins us in here every week, and especially tonight. Excellent work. It was a very long night, and you stuck with us the whole way. Thank you very much. My name is Jamie Conboy. This is Octane Online Racing, and we will see you later on in the week. Have a good one.